Hello everyone, and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I was 15 when my mom started dating Wayne. And from the very first moment I met him, something about the man made my skin crawl. It wasn't just the way he looked at me, though that was part of it. It was something deeper, something that made every instinct in my body scream that this guy was bad news. Wayne had a son named Brandon who was my age, and at first I thought maybe having another teenager around might make things less awkward. But Brandon was just as off-putting as his father. There was this weird dynamic between them, like they shared secrets that nobody else was supposed to know about. They'd whisper to each other and then look at me with these smirks that made me want to lock myself in my room. The first few weeks after Wayne moved into our house, I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. My mum seemed happy, happier than she'd been since Dad died 3 years earlier. She was laughing again, getting dressed up, acting like a woman in love. I wanted that for her, I really did. But something about Wayne just felt wrong in our house, like he was contaminating the space where I'd grown up. He started making these little comments about my appearance, about how I was developing into a young woman, about how I needed to be more careful about what I wore around the house. When I'd walk past him in the hallway, he'd make these small movements, like stepping slightly into my path, so I'd have to brush against him. Nothing I could really complain about without sounding paranoid, but enough to make me constantly uncomfortable in my own home. The first real incident happened on a Tuesday night. Mum was pulling a double shift at the hospital. She's a nurse, and wouldn't be home until after midnight. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when Wayne came in, clearly having been drinking. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had that loose, dangerous look that drunk men get. He started going off about how I was being disrespectful, how I didn't appreciate everything he was doing for our family, how I needed to learn some manners. I wasn't even arguing with him, just standing there trying to finish making my food so I could get out of there. That's when his voice got louder, more aggressive. "You think you're better than me, don't you?" he slurred, stepping closer. "You think because your daddy's dead, you don't need to respect the man of the house?" I told him I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, that I just wanted to eat and go do my homework, but he kept advancing, backing me against the counter. His breath smelled like whiskey and something else, something sour and rotten. That's when he did it. Without any warning, he pulled his head back and slammed his forehead into mine with a sharp crack that made stars explode behind my eyes. The pain was instant and overwhelming. I'd never been hit like that before. I stumbled backward, my hand flying to my forehead, feeling the warm wetness of blood. Wayne just stood there looking at me with this satisfied expression, like he'd proven some kind of point. "Now you know," he said quietly. "Now you know what happens when you disrespect me in my house." I ran to my room and locked the door, pressing a washcloth against the cut on my forehead. I wanted to call Mum, but I was scared of what Wayne might do if I got him in trouble. And part of me, the stupid, hopeful part, thought maybe this was just a one-time thing. Maybe he was just drunk and would be sorry in the morning. But Wayne never apologized. In fact, he acted like nothing had happened at all. When Mum came home that night and saw the bandage on my forehead, Wayne smoothly explained that I'd slipped in the bathroom and hit my head on the sink. Mum fussed over me, but she believed his story completely. That's when things started getting really weird. About a week after the headbutt incident, I was in my room around 10 at night when I heard something outside my window. My bedroom is on the second floor, so I figured it was just a branch scraping against the glass. But when I looked out, I saw a figure standing on the lawn, partially hidden behind our old oak tree. At first, I thought I was imagining things. The streetlight creates weird shadows, and I'd been on edge since Wayne moved in. But as I watched, I could clearly see someone standing there completely still, facing my window. They were too far away for me to make out any details, but something about their posture suggested they were watching me. I quickly closed the blinds and tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe just a neighbor walking their dog, or someone cutting through our yard. But the next night, around the same time, I peeked through the blinds again. The figure was back, in almost the exact same spot. This went on for about a week. Every night around 10, someone would be standing in our yard watching my window. I started keeping the blinds closed all the time, but knowing they were out there made me feel sick to my stomach. I was too scared to tell Mom. What if she didn't believe me? What if Wayne convinced her I was making it up for attention? One night, I worked up the courage to really look. I turned off all the lights in my room and carefully separated the blinds with 2 fingers. The person was there again, but this time they were closer, standing right at the edge of our porch light's reach. And this time, I could see they were holding something up to their face. A camera. They were taking pictures of my window. I jerked away from the blinds so fast, I knocked over my desk lamp. When I looked again, the person was gone. I spent the rest of the night awake, checking the window every few minutes, but they didn't come back. The next day, Wayne announced that he thought we needed better home security. He'd been researching alarm systems, he said, because this wasn't the safest neighborhood and he wanted to protect his family. Mom was impressed by his thoughtfulness. Within a week, we had an expensive security system installed, complete with motion sensors and cameras covering every entrance. Wayne also decided we needed a guard dog. He came home one afternoon with Coda, a beautiful German shepherd who he claimed was trained in protection work. Coda was barely a year old, energetic and friendly, and I fell in love with her immediately. Finally, something good had come from Wayne being around. But Wayne's treatment of Coda quickly showed me another side of his personality. If she barked at the wrong time, he'd scream at her. If she had an accident in the house, he'd grab her by the scruff and shake her while yelling inches from her face. One time, I saw him kick her in the ribs because she was begging for food at dinner. When I objected, he told me to mind my own business unless I wanted to be disciplined too. Mom started making excuses for Wayne's behavior. He was under a lot of stress at work, she said. He wasn't used to having a dog. He was still learning. She'd always been a peacekeeper, someone who avoided confrontation at all costs. I think she was so desperate to make this relationship work that she was willing to overlook things she should have paid attention to. The mysterious watcher outside my window stopped appearing after the security system was installed. Wayne made a big show of checking the cameras every morning, declaring proudly that our house was now safe from any potential threats. At the time, I was just relieved that whoever had been watching me was gone, but Wayne's behavior toward me was getting worse. He'd accidentally walk in on me when I was changing, claiming he didn't know I was in my room. He'd make comments about my body, about how I was filling out, and needed to be careful about boys getting ideas. When Mom wasn't around, he'd brush against me in hallways, put his hands on my shoulders when he talked to me, stand too close when I was doing homework at the kitchen table. The worst part was that he was careful about it. Never anything that would leave marks, never anything I could point to as definitively inappropriate. Just a constant low-level campaign of intimidation and discomfort that made me dread being alone with him. Things escalated quickly after that. Wayne started getting physical with Mom too. At first it was just grabbing her arm too hard during arguments, squeezing until she'd wince and pull away. Then it progressed to shoving, to backing her against walls while he yelled at her. I'd hear them fighting late at night, hear Mom crying, but when I'd try to talk to her about it the next day, she'd make excuses. Wayne was also getting more aggressive with Coda. The poor dog was walking on eggshells, constantly anxious and confused. She'd been such a happy puppy when he first brought her home, but now she flinched whenever Wayne entered a room. I started sneaking her extra food and trying to give her comfort when Wayne wasn't around. but I could see the fear in her eyes. The night everything came apart was in late October. Mom was working another double shift, and I was trying to stay in my room as much as possible to avoid Wayne. Around 9 o'clock, I heard him screaming at Coda downstairs. She was barking frantically, which meant he was probably hurting her. I couldn't just sit there and let him abuse her, so I ran downstairs to intervene. When I got to the living room, Wayne had Coda cornered, and he was hitting her with a rolled-up magazine while she cowered and whimpered. I told him to stop, that he was scaring her, that there was no reason to treat her like that. Wayne turned on me with this look of pure rage I'd never seen before. "This is my house," he screamed. "My dog, my rules. You don't get to tell me what to do." I stood my ground, telling him that what he was doing was wrong, that Mom wouldn't want him treating Coda that way. That's when he grabbed me by the shirt and shoved me hard against the wall. My head hit the drywall with a thud that made my ears ring. "Your mother isn't here," he said, his face inches from mine. "And when she's not here, I'm in charge. You need to learn your place." I was terrified, but I was also angry. I'd been tiptoeing around this man for months, letting him intimidate me, letting him hurt my family's dog. Something inside me snapped. "You're not my father," I said. "You don't get to tell me what to do." Wayne's expression went completely cold. He stepped back, and for a second I thought maybe he was going to let it go. Then he walked over to the wall where he kept his collection of medieval weapons. Something I'd always thought was weird and creepy, but Mom said was just a hobby. He pulled down a battle axe from its mount. It was real, heavy-looking, with a gleaming metal blade that caught the light. He turned it over in his hands like he was testing its weight, then looked at me with eyes that were completely empty of any human warmth. "Run," he said quietly. I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted for the stairs, with Wayne right behind me, that axe in his hands. I could hear his footsteps pounding on the steps as I ran down the hallway toward my room. I slammed my door and turned the lock, but I knew that flimsy interior door wouldn't stop him if he really wanted to get in. Wayne started banging on my door with something heavy. Probably the axe handle. The wood was splintering with each impact, and I could see cracks forming around the doorframe. He was screaming threats, saying he was going to teach me respect, saying he was going to show me what happened to little girls who talked back. That's when I grabbed my phone and called 911. I was sobbing, hyperventilating, barely able to get the words out. I told the dispatcher that my stepfather was chasing me with an axe, that I was trapped in my room, that he was trying to break down the door. The operator stayed on the line with me, telling me to stay calm, saying help was on the way. The banging on my door suddenly stopped. I could hear Wayne in the hallway, but he wasn't trying to break in anymore. Then I heard him moving around downstairs, and I realized he must have heard the sirens in the distance. By the time the police arrived, Wayne was gone. They found the front door standing wide open, the security system disarmed. The battle axe was on the floor in the hallway outside my room, and there were deep gouges in my door where he'd been hitting it. Coda was hiding under the kitchen table, shaking and whimpering. The officers were kind but thorough. They took pictures of the damage, of the bruises on my arm where Wayne had grabbed me, of the cut on my forehead that had never properly healed. They asked me detailed questions about Wayne's behavior, about the pattern of intimidation and violence that had been building up over months. That's when one of the officers asked me about the security cameras. Had I noticed anyone suspicious around the house before Wayne installed them? When I told them about the person who had been watching my window and taking pictures, the officer and his partner exchanged a meaningful look. They spent a long time examining the security system Wayne had installed. It was much more sophisticated than what a normal family would need, they said. Professional-grade equipment, the kind used for surveillance operations. And when they checked the hard drives, they found something that made my blood run cold. Hours of footage of me in my room, taken from cameras that had been installed outside my window before the official security system went in. Wayne had been the one watching me, taking pictures, terrorizing me from the shadows. Then he'd swooped in like a hero with his security system and guard dog, positioning himself as my protector from the very threat he'd created. The officers also found evidence that Wayne had hired the men who had been skulking around our property. He'd been paying them to make me feel unsafe, to make Mom feel like we needed his protection. The whole thing had been an elaborate setup to make himself indispensable to our family. When Mom got home from work that night, she found police cars in our driveway and me giving a statement to detectives. I'll never forget the look on her face when they explained what Wayne had been doing, how he'd been systematically terrorizing and manipulating us for months. She kept saying she was sorry, that she should have seen it, that she should have protected me. Wayne never came back. The police issued a warrant for his arrest, but he'd completely disappeared. His job, his apartment, his bank accounts, everything was either fake or had been abandoned. Even Brandon, his supposed son, turned out to be some kid Wayne had been paying to play a role in his sick game. We moved out of that house 2 weeks later. Mom couldn't stand being there after what had happened, and honestly, neither could I. Every creak, every shadow made me think Wayne had come back. We got an apartment across town and started over. Just me, Mom, and Coda. It's been 2 years since that night, and I still wake up sometimes thinking I hear footsteps in the hallway. I still check my bedroom windows, obsessively. Still get nervous when I'm home alone. Mom started going to therapy to deal with the guilt she carries about bringing Wayne into our lives, and I've been seeing someone too. The scariest part isn't that Wayne was violent or crazy. The scariest part is how calculated it all was. The fake surveillance to make us feel unsafe, then positioning himself as our protector. The careful escalation of abuse that never crossed lines, Mom would definitely recognize as unacceptable. The way he systematically isolated us and made us dependent on him. We never found out what his real name was or what happened to him after he ran that night. Sometimes I wonder if he's doing the same thing to some other family, playing the same sick game with some other single mother and her kids. The police told us there are people out there who make a career of this kind of predatory behavior, moving from family to family, always staying one step ahead of consequences. I'm 18 now, about to start college. Mom is dating again, but very carefully this time. We both learned to trust our instincts, to pay attention to red flags we might have ignored before. Coda is still with us, no longer the anxious, frightened dog Wayne turned her into. She's protective of both of us now, always alert when strangers come around. But I still think about that night sometimes, about what might have happened if I hadn't called 911 when I did. Wayne had that axe in his hands, and there was something in his eyes that night that went beyond just wanting to scare me. I think he was ready to really hurt me, maybe even kill me, to maintain his control over our family. The thing that haunts me most is how easily he fooled us. Mom is smart, educated, experienced with men. I was cautious around him from the beginning, but he was so good at manipulation, so practiced at presenting himself as the solution to problems he'd created himself. If it hadn't been for that one night when he completely lost control, we might still be living under his thumb, never understanding what was really happening to us. That's what scares me about predators like Wayne. They don't look like monsters. They look like concerned boyfriends, protective stepfathers, heroes coming to save the day. They know exactly how to make you grateful for their presence in your life, even while they're systematically destroying your peace and safety. I'm telling this story because I want people to trust their instincts. If someone makes you uncomfortable, if something feels off about a person your family is letting into your life, don't ignore those feelings. Don't make excuses or give people the benefit of the doubt when your gut is telling you something is wrong. Wayne is still out there somewhere, and I hope sharing this story might help someone else recognize the signs before it's too late. Because people like him are counting on your politeness, your willingness to give them chances they don't deserve. They're counting on you to ignore your instincts until it's too late to protect yourself. I got lucky that night. The police came in time. Wayne ran instead of finishing what he started, and no one got seriously hurt. But it could have ended so much worse, and that thought is something I carry with me every single day. Story 2. I got married when I was 21 years old. Looking back now, I was way too young, but at the time it felt right. We were both kids, really, thinking we knew everything about love and life. The marriage lasted exactly 2 years and 3 months before it all fell apart. Nothing dramatic, just two people who grew in different directions and realized they didn't want the same things anymore. The divorce was finalized on a Tuesday in September when I was 23. I remember that day clearly because it was the last normal day I had for months afterward. I thought the hardest part was over, dividing up our stuff, finding a new place to live, explaining to family and friends that we were splitting up. I had no idea what was waiting for me. The first nightmare came exactly 1 week after the divorce papers were signed. I'd been sleeping okay up until then, considering everything I was dealing with. But that night, something changed in my head, like a door had been opened that I couldn't close again. In the dream, I was standing in my kitchen. Not my new apartment kitchen, but the kitchen from the house I'd shared with my ex-husband. Everything looked exactly the same as when we lived there together, down to the coffee stain on the counter that I could never completely scrub out. The house was completely quiet, that heavy silence you get in the middle of the night when even the refrigerator stops humming. That's when I heard the back door open. Not a violent crash or anything dramatic, just the soft click of the latch and the gentle creak of hinges that needed oil. I turned toward the sound, and that's when I saw her for the first time. She was standing in the doorway that led from the kitchen to the back porch, completely motionless. The first thing I noticed was her dress, long and white. Probably had been beautiful once, but now it was filthy, covered in mud and wet leaves like she'd been walking through a swamp. The fabric clung to her in some places and hung loose in others, and I could see dark stains that might have been dirt or might have been something worse. Her hair was brown, shoulder length, but matted and tangled with bits of debris stuck in it. Twigs, leaves, what looked like moss, like she'd been living in the woods for months. But the worst part was that I couldn't see her face. Her head was tilted down just enough that her hair fell forward, creating this shadow that completely obscured her features. She started walking toward me, and that's when I noticed the wet footprints she was leaving on the kitchen floor. Each step made this soft squelching sound, like she was wearing soaked shoes. The prints were dark against the linoleum, and I could smell something musty and organic, like rotting vegetation. She moved slowly, deliberately, never making any sound except for those wet footsteps. I wanted to say something, to ask who she was or what she wanted, but my voice wouldn't work. It was like my throat had closed up completely. She walked past the kitchen island, past the sink, and stopped right at the bottom of the attic stairs. In our old house, there was this pull-down ladder that led to the attic storage space, and for some reason in the dream, those stairs were already down. They were never down in real life. We hardly ever used the attic. But in the dream, they were just hanging there like someone had been expecting her. She stood there for what felt like forever, completely still again, with her head tilted up toward the opening above. That's when I tried to speak. I asked her why she was there, what she wanted from me. My voice came out as barely a whisper, but she heard it. She turned her head toward me, and even though I still couldn't see her face, I could feel her looking at me. Then she opened her mouth and let out this scream that didn't sound human. It was high-pitched and ragged, like something being torn apart. The sound filled the entire house, seemed to come from the walls themselves. That's when everything started falling apart around us. The ceiling began cracking, chunks of plaster raining down. The walls started tilting inward like the whole structure was collapsing. I could hear wood splintering, glass breaking, the sound of everything I'd ever known being destroyed. I woke up gasping, my heart pounding so hard I thought I might be having a heart attack. I was soaked in sweat, my sheets twisted around me like I'd been fighting in my sleep. It took me several minutes to remember where I was, to realize I was in my new apartment and not that collapsing house from the dream. I figured it was just stress. Divorce messes with your head, makes you dream weird things. But the next night, the exact same dream happened again. Same muddy dress, same wet footprints, same terrifying scream that brought the house down around us. By the end of the first week, I was having this dream every single night. Always identical, never any variation. She would come through the back door, walk to the attic stairs. I would ask her what she wanted. She would scream, and everything would collapse. I started dreading going to sleep, knowing what was waiting for me. After 2 weeks of this, I was a wreck. I was exhausted during the day, jumpy and paranoid. I'd catch myself checking my apartment for wet footprints, even though logically I knew it was just a dream. I started sleeping with all the lights on, thinking maybe that would help, but it didn't change anything. The worst part was that the dreams felt more real than my waking life. When I was asleep, trapped in that kitchen with her, everything was vivid and immediate. I could smell the mud on her dress, feel the humidity in the air, hear every creak of the house settling. But when I was awake, everything felt fuzzy and distant, like I was viewing the world through thick glass. I tried everything I could think of. I changed my diet, stopped drinking caffeine, started exercising before bed. Nothing worked. Every night, she would come through that door, and every night I would wake up terrified and exhausted. After about a month of this, I couldn't take sleeping in my bedroom anymore. I moved to the couch in the living room, hoping that changing my sleep environment might break the pattern, but she followed me there. Same dream, same sequence of events, just now happening while I slept on the couch instead of in my bed. By the 2-month mark, I was desperate enough to see a doctor. I explained about the recurring nightmares, the sleep deprivation, the way it was affecting my daily life. He prescribed some sleeping pills and suggested I might want to talk to someone about the stress of my divorce. The pills didn't help. I still had the dream, just felt groggier when I woke up. People started noticing that something was wrong with me. I was losing weight because I had no appetite. I was making mistakes at work because I couldn't concentrate. My friends kept asking if I was okay, but how do you explain that you're being terrorized by a woman in a muddy dress who only exists in your dreams? Around the 10th week, I started researching online about recurring nightmares. Most of what I found was pretty standard advice about stress management and sleep hygiene, but I did come across some forums where people discussed really vivid, repetitive dreams. Some of the stories were eerily similar to mine, the same realistic detail, the same sense that the dreams were somehow more than just dreams. That's when I decided to try something different. Instead of fighting the dream or trying to avoid sleep, I would pay attention to details. Maybe if I could understand what my subconscious was trying to tell me, the dreams would stop. The next time she appeared in my kitchen, I forced myself to stay calm and really observe everything. I noticed that the mud on her dress had small white objects mixed in with it, looked like pieces of broken shells or maybe bits of bone. I noticed that the attic stairs weren't just down, they were positioned at a slightly wrong angle, like someone had pulled them down quickly without taking time to adjust them properly. Most importantly, I noticed that the wet footprints she left behind formed a very specific pattern. She didn't walk in a straight line from the door to the stairs. Instead, she took a curved path, like she was avoiding something on the floor that I couldn't see. I started keeping a notebook by my bed and writing down every detail I could remember immediately after waking up. The color of the mud, the sound her footsteps made, the exact words I said to her before she screamed. I was hoping to find some clue that would help me understand what was happening to me. But the more attention I paid to the dream, the more disturbing it became. I started noticing that she wasn't just standing at the bottom of the attic stairs. She was reaching up toward the opening, like she was trying to grab onto something. And the scream she made wasn't random. It had a rhythm to it, almost like she was trying to communicate something specific. By the 12th week, I was barely functional. I'd called in sick to work 3 times that week because I was too exhausted to drive safely. I was living on coffee and adrenaline, jumping at every sound during the day, dreading nightfall like some kind of vampire. That's when everything changed. It was a Wednesday night in December, almost exactly 3 months since the dreams had started. I'd fallen asleep on my couch around 11:30, and right on schedule, the dream began. But this time, when she came through the kitchen door, something was different. Instead of walking straight to the attic stairs, she stopped in the middle of the kitchen and turned to face me directly. For the first time in all these dreams, I could see her face. It was my face, not similar to mine, not like a sister or cousin. It was exactly my face, down to the small scar above my left eyebrow that I'd gotten falling off my bike when I was 7. But her eyes were completely black, like looking into deep water at night, and there was mud caked in the lines around her mouth. She opened her mouth and spoke in my voice. "Why did you leave me there?" I tried to ask her what she meant, but before I could say anything, she continued, "I've been waiting for you to come back. I've been calling for you every night." That's when I woke up, but not in my apartment. I was sitting in my car in a parking lot I didn't recognize, wearing pajamas and slippers. The engine was running, the heat was on, and according to my phone, it was 2:17 in the morning. I had no memory of getting dressed, leaving my apartment, or driving anywhere. I was parked in front of a 24-hour diner called Mickey's, about 15 minutes from my apartment. Through the windows, I could see a few customers scattered around the dining room, but the place looked mostly empty. I sat there for several minutes, trying to figure out how I'd gotten there, whether I was still dreaming, or if I'd actually been sleepwalking. That's when I saw her walking across the parking lot toward my car. Not the muddy version from my dreams, but a real person wearing normal clothes. Jeans, sneakers, a dark hooded sweatshirt. She had long brown hair, about my age, and she was moving with purpose, like she knew exactly where she was going. She came right up to my passenger side window and knocked softly. When I looked at her face, my blood went cold. It wasn't my face this time, but there was something familiar about her features, something that made my brain itch, like I was trying to remember something important. I rolled down the window a few inches. She leaned down and spoke quietly, like she didn't want anyone else to hear. "Can I use your phone? I need to call someone for help." Her voice was soft and polite, but there was something urgent underneath it. I handed her my cell phone through the gap in the window. She took it and pretended to dial a number, holding the phone up to her ear. "Hey," she said into the phone. "I need your help. I'm at Mickey's Diner on Route 22. Can you come get me?" I watched her lips moving, listened to her side of what sounded like a normal conversation with someone who was going to pick her up. But something made me look down at my phone screen. The call timer wasn't running. She wasn't actually connected to anyone. She was just pretending to talk. When I looked back up at her face, she was staring directly at me with this small smile that made my stomach drop. She ended the fake call and handed my phone back through the window. "Thanks," she said. "They'll be here soon." Then she turned and walked away, not toward the diner or toward the road, but straight across the parking lot toward a wooded area behind the restaurant. I watched her until she disappeared into the trees, moving faster than someone should be able to walk, almost like she was gliding over the ground. I sat there for another 10 minutes trying to process what had just happened. Had I really driven here in my sleep? Had that conversation actually happened, or was I still dreaming? The whole thing felt surreal, like I was living inside one of my nightmares. Finally, I drove home, checking my rearview mirror constantly to make sure nobody was following me. When I got back to my apartment, I was wide awake and jittery with adrenaline. I made coffee and sat at my kitchen table until sunrise, afraid to go back to sleep. But here's the strange part. That night, for the first time in almost 3 months, I didn't have the nightmare. I slept deeply and dreamlessly for 8 straight hours. When I woke up, I felt better than I had since before my divorce. The constant anxiety and exhaustion were gone, like someone had lifted a weight off my chest. The nightmares never came back. Not once in the 2 months since that night at Mickey's diner have I dreamed about the woman in the muddy dress. It's like meeting her in real life, or whatever that was, somehow broke the spell. But other things started happening instead. About 6 weeks later, I came home from work to find my apartment had been broken into. The weird thing was, hardly anything had been stolen. My TV was still there, my laptop was untouched, all my jewelry was in its box. The only things missing were personal items. Photos from my marriage, letters from my ex-husband, my wedding dress that I'd been keeping in the closet. The police said it was probably just random vandalism. Maybe someone looking for quick cash who got spooked and left without taking anything valuable. But I kept thinking about that night in the parking lot, about the woman who pretended to make a phone call on my phone. I also kept thinking about what the muddy woman had said in that final dream. "Why did you leave me there? And I've been waiting for you to come back." Like I was supposed to know who she was, like I had some kind of responsibility to her that I'd forgotten about. Sometimes I drive past Mickey's diner on my way to other places, and I always slow down when I pass the spot where I met her. Part of me expects to see her again, walking out of those woods with that same purposeful stride. But she's never there. I've tried to research the area, to see if there were any accidents or missing persons cases that might explain what I experienced. I found a few old newspaper articles about people who disappeared along Route 22 over the years, but nothing that seemed directly connected to my situation. The truth is, I don't understand what happened to me during those 3 months. I don't know if the dreams were just my mind processing the trauma of divorce, or if they were something more supernatural. I don't know if the woman I met in the parking lot was real, or if I was having some kind of breakdown. What I do know is that everything changed after that night. Not just the nightmares stopping, but something deeper. I feel different now, like part of me is missing, or like I left something important back there in that parking lot. Sometimes I catch myself checking my phone to see if anyone has called, even though I'm not expecting to hear from anyone. I also find myself thinking about that final dream, about seeing my own face covered in mud and looking back at me with those black eyes. What if the woman in my dreams wasn't a stranger at all? What if she was some version of myself that got left behind when I started my new life after the divorce? I know that sounds crazy, but desperate people think crazy thoughts. And those 3 months of constant nightmares had definitely made me desperate. The break-in at my apartment happened exactly 2 months after that night at Mickey's. Today marks 4 months since I last had the nightmare. I'm sleeping better now, eating regularly, getting back to some kind of normal life. But I still feel like I'm waiting for something to happen, like the story isn't really over yet. Because deep down, I don't think that woman in the parking lot was done with me. I think she just got what she came for that night, whatever it was she needed from me. And someday, when I least expect it, she's going to come back for the rest. Story 3. I need to tell someone about what happened to me last month because I still can't make sense of it, and it's eating me alive. I keep thinking maybe if I write it all down, maybe if someone else hears this story, it'll help me figure out what the hell actually happened to me that day. I was driving through this tiny town I'd never heard of before. Honestly, can't even remember the name of it now, which is part of what makes this whole thing so weird. It was getting dark, maybe around 7:30 in the evening, and I'd been on the road for about 6 hours trying to get home from a work conference. I was tired, my back was killing me from sitting in the car all day, and I really needed to stretch my legs and maybe grab some coffee. That's when I saw the sign for Pine Books. It was this old wooden sign, kind of weathered and faded, hanging from a post on the side of the road. Something about it caught my eye. Maybe it was the way the paint was peeling, or how it looked like it had been there for decades. I'm a sucker for old bookstores, always have been, so I decided to pull over and check it out. The building itself was small, maybe the size of a large house, with big windows across the front, and this heavy wooden door that looked like it belonged on a church or something. There were no other cars in the little gravel parking area, which should have been my first red flag, but I figured maybe they just didn't get much traffic in such a small town. When I pushed open the door, this bell rang above my head, one of those old brass bells on a spring. The first thing that hit me was the smell. It wasn't the usual musty book smell you get in old bookstores. This was something else, something organic and sweet, like flowers that had been sitting in water too long. The woman who came out to greet me was probably in her 60s, maybe older. She had this long silver hair that was braided down her back, and she was wearing this flowing dress that looked like it was made from some kind of natural fabric. But the thing that struck me most was that she was barefoot, not wearing sandals or slippers, just completely barefoot on what looked like a pretty rough wooden floor. She smiled at me like we were old friends, like she'd been expecting me to show up. "Oh, how wonderful," she said, clasping her hands together. "I was just thinking someone might stop by today. You look tired, dear. Long drive." I told her I'd been driving for hours and was just looking to browse for a bit, maybe find something interesting to read. That's when she disappeared into the back of the store and came back with this tray. It had sliced fruit on it. Looked like pear and apple, along with a steaming mug of tea and these little round cookies that smelled like lemon. "Please," she said, setting the tray down on this small table near the front window. "You must be famished. I just made these lemon cookies this morning and the tea is my own blend. Very relaxing." I was hungry and the cookies did smell amazing, so I sat down and tried one. It was good, really good actually, with this intense lemon flavor that made my mouth water. The fruit was sweet and juicy, though it had this weird aftertaste, like when you accidentally get soap residue on a dish and can taste it even after rinsing. The bookstore was incredible, I have to admit. Books everywhere, stacked floor to ceiling on shelves that looked handmade. There were narrow aisles between the shelves, barely wide enough for one person, and books crammed into every available space. Old books, new books, paperbacks and hardcovers, all mixed together with no obvious organization system. The woman, I never got her name, which is another weird detail, kept bringing me more food. Every time I'd finish my tea, she'd appear with a fresh cup, steaming hot like she'd just brewed it. Then she brought out these brownies that were still warm from the oven, chocolate chips melting and everything. I started feeling relaxed, maybe too relaxed. Like that heavy, drowsy feeling you get after a big meal, but more intense. My arms felt heavy, and my legs had this weird sensation like they were made of lead. I figured it was just road fatigue catching up with me, all those hours of driving finally hitting my system. The woman was chatting with me while I ate, asking about my drive, where I was headed, that kind of small talk. But there was something off about the conversation. She kept asking the same questions in slightly different ways, like she was trying to get me to repeat information. And her eyes never seemed to focus on my face when I was talking to her. They'd drift around the room or settle on some point just over my shoulder. After I'd been there for maybe an hour, she suddenly announced that she needed to take a quick shower. "Make yourself at home," she said. "Browse around, read whatever catches your eye. I'll just be a few minutes." That struck me as odd. Who takes a shower when they have a customer in their store? But I was feeling so sluggish and comfortable that I didn't really question it. I just nodded and watched her disappear through a doorway at the back of the store. That's when things started getting really weird. I tried to stand up to look at some books, and my legs barely wanted to support me. It felt like I was walking through thick mud, every step requiring way more effort than it should. My mouth was incredibly dry, like I hadn't had anything to drink in hours, even though I'd been sipping tea constantly. I don't know how long I sat there in that chair. Time seemed to be moving strangely, like minutes were stretching out into hours, or maybe hours were compressing into minutes. I kept thinking I should leave, that something wasn't right, but I couldn't seem to make my body cooperate. Eventually, I realized I needed to find a bathroom. The drowsy feeling was getting worse, and I was starting to feel nauseous. I called out for the woman, but didn't get an answer. I could hear water running somewhere in the back of the building, so I figured she was still in the shower. I made my way toward the back of the store, moving slowly because my coordination was completely shot. The books seemed to be closing in on me as I walked down the narrow aisles, like the shelves were getting taller and the passages were getting narrower. There was a hallway behind the main store area with several doors leading off it. I tried the first one. It was locked. The second one opened into what looked like a storage closet. The third door was also locked. I kept going down the hallway, trying doors, getting more and more confused about the layout of this building. That's when I found the room where she was. It was the last door on the left, and it was slightly open. I knocked and called out, but she didn't answer. I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. She was lying on a bed in the middle of the room, still fully clothed, watching something on an old television that was sitting on a dresser. But what she was watching made my stomach turn. It was explicit, graphic content, the kind of thing you'd expect to find on adult websites, not playing on a TV in some old lady's bedroom in a small-town bookstore. When she saw me in the doorway, she didn't seem embarrassed or surprised at all. She just smiled, that same friendly smile she'd given me when I first walked into the store. "Oh, there you are," she said, like we'd been playing hide and seek. "Did you find some books you liked?" I mumbled something about looking for the bathroom and backed out of the room. My head was spinning and I felt like I might throw up. Whatever was in that tea or those cookies, it was affecting my thinking, making everything feel surreal and disconnected. I stumbled back toward the front of the store, desperate to get outside and get some fresh air. The woman called after me, "Just leave the money on the counter by the register, dear. Take whatever books you'd like." I hadn't even picked out any books, but I was so eager to get out of there that I just pulled a $20 bill out of my wallet and dropped it on the counter. My hands were shaking, and I could barely focus my eyes well enough to find the door handle. When I finally made it outside, the world looked completely different than it had when I'd gone into the store. The sky was this weird orange color, and there was smoke on the horizon, like there were fires burning somewhere in the distance. The trees along the road looked wrong somehow. Their leaves were glowing with this unnatural orange light, and some of them looked like they were actually on fire, though I couldn't hear any crackling or smell any smoke. That's when I saw the man on the horse. He was maybe 100 yards down the road, sitting perfectly still on this dark horse, facing in my direction. He was tall, wearing a denim jacket and a wide-brimmed hat that shadowed his face. Even from that distance, I could feel him staring at me. I got in my car as quickly as I could, fumbling with my keys because my fine motor control was completely shot. When I finally got the engine started and looked back up, the man had moved closer. He was maybe 50 yards away now, still mounted on that horse, still staring in my direction. He raised one hand and pointed directly at me, then said something I'll never forget. His voice carried across the distance like he was speaking right next to my ear. "The town is burning." I looked around frantically, trying to figure out what he was talking about. I could see the orange glow in the sky, could see those trees that looked like they were on fire, but I couldn't see any actual flames or any signs of immediate danger. The whole scene felt like something out of a movie, completely unreal. I put the car in drive and started pulling out of the gravel parking lot, but my perception was completely screwed up. The steering wheel felt like it was miles away from me one second, then so close I could barely grip it the next. My depth perception was gone. I couldn't tell if other cars were close or far away, if I was staying in my lane, if I was driving too fast or too slow. I nearly hit a semi-truck head-on because I misjudged how close it was when I tried to pass a slower car. The truck driver laid on his horn, and the sound seemed to echo inside my skull for way longer than it should have. I pulled over to the side of the road and sat there shaking, trying to get control of myself. But here's the really terrifying part. While I was sitting there on the shoulder of the highway, gripping the steering wheel and trying to focus my eyes, my brain started telling me that I could fly. Not in a metaphorical way, but literally. I became absolutely convinced that if I drove my car off the embankment next to the road, I would float through the air like an airplane. The thought felt completely logical, completely reasonable. I could picture it happening. My car sailing through the air, defying gravity, landing safely somewhere down the road. For several minutes, I seriously considered doing it. My hand was on the gear shift, ready to put the car in drive and floor it toward the edge of the embankment. What stopped me was the image of that man on the horse, the way he'd pointed at me and said those words about the town burning. Something about his presence had felt like a warning, like he was trying to tell me I was in danger and needed to get away from there. I forced myself to drive home, staying in the right lane, going way under the speed limit, stopping at every rest area to splash cold water on my face and try to clear my head. The drive that should have taken 2 hours took almost 4, and I had to pull over several times because I felt like I was going to pass out. When I finally made it to my house, I went straight to bed and slept for 15 straight hours. When I woke up, I felt like I'd been hit by a truck. My head was pounding, my mouth was dry as sand, and I had this lingering nausea that lasted for 2 days. But the worst part was what happened to my relationship with tea. I used to drink tea every morning, had for years. It was part of my daily routine. But after that day at Pine Books, I couldn't even smell tea without feeling sick. Just the sight of a tea bag would trigger this wave of nausea and panic that would make me break out in a cold sweat. I tried to research the town where I'd stopped, tried to find Pine Books online or figure out what had happened to me that day. But I couldn't remember the name of the town, couldn't remember which exit I'd taken off the highway. It's like that entire experience exists in this bubble of memory that's disconnected from everything else. I've driven that same route several times since then, looking for the town, looking for that wooden sign that said Pine Books. I've stopped in every small town along the way, asked locals if they know about an old bookstore run by a woman with long silver hair. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. The really disturbing part is that I've started questioning whether any of it actually happened. Maybe I fell asleep at the wheel and dreamed the whole thing. Maybe I had some kind of medical episode, a mini-stroke or something that caused hallucinations. But it felt so real, so detailed and vivid. I can still taste those lemon cookies, still smell that sweet organic smell from inside the store. And I keep thinking about that man on the horse, about what he said about the town burning. Was he trying to warn me about something? Was the orange glow in the sky and the burning trees real, or were they just part of whatever hallucination I was having from the drugged food? The fact that I can't find any trace of Pine Books or that town makes me wonder if I stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to see. Like maybe that woman was running some kind of operation, using her bookstore as a front for something else. The way she kept feeding me food and drinks, the way she disappeared to take a shower while I was there, the inappropriate content she was watching on her TV, none of that was normal behavior for a bookstore owner. What scares me most is thinking about what might have happened if I'd stayed longer, if I'd eaten more of her food or drunk more of her tea. The way my perception was distorted, the way I lost track of time, the way I seriously considered driving my car off a cliff because my brain was convinced I could fly. That wasn't just fatigue from a long drive. Someone had put something in what I consumed, something that could have killed me if I'd taken more of it. I still can't drink tea. I've tried a few times over the past month, thinking maybe the association would fade, but it triggers the same physical response every time. Nausea, sweating, this overwhelming sense of danger that makes me want to run. It's like my body remembers something my conscious mind can't fully process. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, thinking about that woman with the silver hair, wondering if she's still out there, still luring travelers into her bookstore with offers of food and hospitality. I wonder how many other people have stopped at Pine Books over the years, and how many of them made it out. The truth is, I don't think I'll ever know what really happened to me that day. Whether it was drugs, a medical episode, or something else entirely, it's left me with this constant feeling that reality isn't as stable as I used to believe. That there are places and people out there operating by different rules, and if you're unlucky enough to stumble into their world, you might not make it back out. All I know for certain is that I'm never stopping at another small-town bookstore, no matter how charming it looks from the road. And I'm definitely never accepting food from strangers again, especially not when they're barefoot and watching inappropriate content in the back room of their store. Because whatever was in that tea, whatever that woman put in those lemon cookies, it changed something in my brain that day. And 4 weeks later, I'm still trying to figure out if what I experienced was real or if I'm slowly losing my mind. Story 4. I was 20 years old and completely strung out when this happened. I don't like talking about that time in my life, but it's important for understanding how I ended up in that situation in the first place. I'd left Seattle because I couldn't stay clean there. Too many connections, too many people who knew where to find what I needed. So I ended up in this tiny place called Marlowe's Reach, thinking maybe a smaller town would help me get my head straight. It didn't work. If anything, being isolated made everything worse. I was using more than ever, just to deal with the boredom and the fact that I didn't know anyone. I was staying in this crappy motel week by week, barely scraping together enough money to keep a roof over my head. That night started like so many others. I'd been arrested earlier in the day. Nothing serious, just possession of a small amount. They processed me at the Blackwater County Jail, which was about 30 minutes outside Marlowe's Reach. The whole thing took forever, paperwork and waiting and more paperwork. By the time they released me, it was almost midnight. I was standing outside the jail in the middle of nowhere, no car, no way to get back to town. My phone was dead, and there wasn't a payphone anywhere. Just this empty parking lot surrounded by woods, and me in my thin jacket shivering in the cold October air. That's when I remembered this guy I'd met a few weeks earlier. He went by the name Shadows, which should have been a red flag right there. But when you're desperate and high, you don't think clearly about these things. He'd given me his number, said he did driving for people who needed to get around quietly. Cash only, no questions asked. I found a working payphone at a gas station about a quarter-mile down the road. When I called Shadows, he answered on the second ring, like he'd been waiting for someone to call. I told him where I was, and that I needed a ride back to Marlowe's Reach. He said he'd be there in 20 minutes. He showed up in this grey Lincoln Town car that looked like it was from the 80s. Everything about the car was grey. The paint, the interior, even the fuzzy dice hanging from the rearview mirror. When Shadows got out to greet me, I was struck by how colourless he looked too. Grey hair, grey skin, grey clothes. Even his eyes were this washed-out grey colour that reminded me of dirty dishwater. He was probably in his 50s, thin and tall, with hands that looked like they'd never seen sunlight. When he shook my hand, his skin felt cold and slightly damp, like he'd been handling raw meat or something. The ride back to town was quiet at first. Shadows didn't talk much, just nodded when I told him which motel I was staying at. But as we got closer to Marlowe's Reach, he started making conversation. Asked me what I'd been arrested for, how long I'd been in town, whether I had family around. Normal enough questions, but something about the way he asked them made me uncomfortable. When we pulled up to my motel, I started to get out, but Shadows put his hand on my arm. Not aggressively, just enough to get my attention. "You could come back to my place," he said. "Watch some TV, get warmed up. I've got coffee, maybe something stronger if you're interested." I should have said no. Every instinct I had was telling me to thank him for the ride and get the hell out of that car. But I was high and cold and lonely, and the idea of spending the night alone in that depressing motel room was more than I could handle. So I said yes. We drove for about 20 minutes into the woods outside town. The road got narrower and more winding as we went deeper into the forest, until finally we were on this dirt track that barely looked wide enough for one car. Shadows navigated it like he'd driven it 1,000 times, never slowing down, even when the headlights showed fallen branches or potholes. His house was huge, way bigger than I'd expected. 3 stories of dark wood and stone, sitting right on the edge of this black lake that reflected the moonlight like a mirror. There were no other houses visible anywhere, no lights except for the ones coming from Shadow's place. We were completely isolated. Inside, the house was even weirder than I'd imagined. Every surface, tables, shelves, windowsills, even hanging from the ceiling, was covered with porcelain dolls. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They were all different sizes and styles, but they all had these glassy eyes that seemed to follow you as you moved through the room. The dolls were arranged in clusters like little families or groups of friends. Some were sitting on tiny chairs around miniature tea sets. Others were lying in small beds or cribs. A few were hanging from the ceiling on thin wires, suspended at different heights, so you had to duck and weave to walk through certain rooms. Shadows noticed me, staring at them. "My mother collected them," he said. "Started when I was just a boy. After she passed, I couldn't bear to get rid of them. They keep me company." He led me into the living room, which had a fireplace and an old television playing some late-night talk show with the sound turned down low. The dolls in this room were bigger, more elaborate. Some were almost life-sized, dressed in fancy Victorian gowns and positioned in chairs, like they were watching TV with us. That's when Shadows offered me the pills. He pulled out this small bottle filled with white tablets and shook a few into his palm. "These will help you relax," he said. "After a night like you've had, you probably need something to take the edge off." I'm not proud of this, but I almost took them. My whole body was craving something to numb the anxiety and fear that was starting to build up inside me. But something about the way he was watching me, waiting for me to take the pills, made me suspicious. I pretended to swallow them, but actually tucked them under my tongue, then excused myself to use the bathroom and spit them out. When I came back to the living room, Shadows was sitting in his chair, staring at me intently. That's when he started asking the questions that made my blood run cold. "You know much about chemistry?" he asked casually, like we were making small talk about the weather. I told him not really, just basic stuff from high school. He nodded thoughtfully, then continued. "What about making someone unconscious? Hypothetically speaking, what would be the best way to do that without causing permanent damage?" I tried to play it off like we were having an academic discussion, said I didn't really know much about that kind of thing, but he kept pressing, asking more specific questions. "What about dosages? How much of something would you need for someone your size versus someone smaller? Say, someone who weighs maybe 90 pounds. The way he said 90 pounds made my stomach turn. That's not adult weight, that's child weight. I started making excuses, saying I was tired and should probably get going, but Shadows insisted I stay longer. "Let me show you something first," he said, standing up from his chair. "I want to show you my mother's room. It's exactly the way she left it." He led me upstairs to the second floor, past more clusters of dolls that seemed to watch our every move. The hallway was dimly lit by these old-fashioned wall sconces that cast weird shadows on the walls. His mother's room was at the end of the hall. When he opened the door, I could smell something musty and sweet, like flowers that had been dead for a long time. The room was preserved like a museum exhibit, an old 4-poster bed with a lace canopy, antique furniture, and even more dolls arranged throughout. Shadows made me sit on the edge of the bed while he talked about his mother, how beautiful she'd been, how much he missed her. But the way he was looking at me while he talked was making me more and more uncomfortable. His eyes kept roaming over my face and body in a way that made my skin crawl. "You're very pretty," he said suddenly. "Delicate features. You remind me of my mother when she was young." Then he said something that made every alarm bell in my head start screaming. "You look just like a little girl." And that's when he walked over to one of the walls and pressed his hand against what looked like a wooden panel. To my horror, it swung open like a hidden door, revealing a small space behind the wall. Inside was a mattress, but it was tiny, maybe the size for a child's bed. The walls of the hidden space were padded with some kind of soundproofing material. "I built this myself," Shadow said proudly, running his hand along the padded walls. "The dimensions are perfect. It's completely soundproof too. Nobody could hear anything from inside here, no matter how loud they screamed." I was trying to stay calm, trying not to let him see how terrified I was becoming. But when he turned back to me, his expression had changed completely. The friendly, helpful demeanor was gone, replaced by something predatory and calculating. "What would you use to keep someone quiet for a long period of time?" he asked. "Something that wouldn't leave marks, wouldn't cause permanent damage, but would keep them docile and manageable." I stood up from the bed, every muscle in my body tensing for fight or flight. But Shadow stepped between me and the door, blocking my path to the hallway. "I've been thinking about getting a companion," he continued, his voice taking on this dreamy, distant quality. "Someone young and sweet who could keep me company up here. Someone who wouldn't cause trouble or try to leave." That's when my survival instincts finally kicked in completely. I pulled out my phone and started talking loudly, like I was having a conversation with someone. "Yeah, I'm at this house by the lake," I said into the phone. "Big grey Lincoln in the driveway, license plate." I rattled off the numbers I'd memorized from his car. "If you don't hear from me in 30 minutes, call the police and give them this address." Of course, my phone was still dead and I wasn't actually talking to anyone. But Shadows didn't know that. The change in his demeanor was immediate. The predatory look disappeared, replaced by nervousness and uncertainty. "Who are you talking to?" he demanded. I kept up the fake conversation, describing him and the house in detail, making it sound like someone on the other end was taking notes and preparing to call for help if I didn't check in. Shadows started pacing around the room, clearly agitated. The confident predator had been replaced by someone who was suddenly very worried about getting caught. "I think there's been a misunderstanding," he said, trying to sound casual, but failing completely. "Maybe I should take you back to town now." The drive back was the longest 20 minutes of my life. Shadows didn't say a single word the entire time, just stared straight ahead at the road with his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles were white. I kept my phone out, pretending to text updates to my imaginary contact, describing every turn we made and every landmark we passed. When we finally reached my motel, I got out of the car as quickly as possible. Shadows didn't even look at me, just waited until I was clear of the vehicle and then drove off into the night without a word. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept thinking about that hidden room behind the wall, about the way he'd asked those questions about keeping someone unconscious and quiet, about the way he'd looked at me when he said I looked like a little girl. The next morning, I called the police and reported everything that had happened. They took my statement seriously. But when they went to investigate the house by the lake, they found it completely empty. No furniture, no dolls, no evidence that anyone had been living there recently. It was like the whole place had been cleaned out overnight. They ran the license plate I'd given them, but it came back as belonging to a car that had been reported stolen 3 weeks earlier. The grey Lincoln was found abandoned in a parking lot 2 towns over, wiped clean of fingerprints. Shadows, whatever his real name was, had completely disappeared. The phone number I'd called was disconnected. The few people in Marlowe's reach who remembered seeing him around town said he'd vanished without a trace, owing rent on some storage units and leaving behind no forwarding address. I left town that same day, packed up my few belongings and got on the first bus heading anywhere else. I couldn't stay there knowing he might come back looking for me, or that he might target someone else who wouldn't be as lucky as I'd been. What haunts me most is thinking about what would have happened if I'd actually taken those pills he offered me. If I hadn't pretended to have someone waiting to hear from me. I think about that tiny mattress in the hidden room, about the soundproofing on the walls, about all those questions he'd asked about dosages and keeping someone unconscious. I also think about the way he'd talked about wanting a companion, someone young and sweet who wouldn't cause trouble or try to leave, the way he'd specifically mentioned someone who weighed 90 pounds. That's not someone looking for an adult partner. That's someone with much darker intentions. Sometimes I wonder how many times he'd done this before. How many people had gotten into that grey Lincoln and never been seen again? How many had accepted those white pills and ended up in that hidden room behind his mother's bedroom wall? I've been clean for 3 years now, got my life together, but I still have nightmares about that night, about those hundreds of dolls with their glassy eyes watching everything, about the smell in his mother's room and the way he touched that wooden panel to reveal his secret hiding place. The police told me there had been several missing persons cases in that area over the past few years. People who'd vanished without a trace, usually after being seen getting into cars with unfamiliar drivers. They couldn't prove Shadows was connected to any of them, but the timing was suspicious. I never found out what happened to him after that night. Whether he set up somewhere else, found new hunting grounds, or if someone eventually caught up with him. But I know I got incredibly lucky. If my phone had actually been working, if I'd been too high to think clearly, if I'd been just a little more trusting, I might not be here to tell this story. The thing that scares me most is knowing there are people like Shadows out there, people who prey on the vulnerable and desperate. They count on their victims being isolated, being in situations where no one would miss them right away. They're patient and calculating, willing to wait for the perfect opportunity. I'm sharing this story because I want people to trust their instincts. If someone makes you uncomfortable, if a situation doesn't feel right, get out of there however you can. Don't worry about being rude or ungrateful. Your safety is more important than anyone's feelings, and if you're ever in a situation where you feel threatened, do what I did. Make it seem like people are expecting to hear from you, like someone will come looking if you disappear. Even if it's not true, even if you're completely alone, make the predator think there will be consequences if something happens to you, because sometimes that's the only thing standing between you and that soundproof room hidden behind the wall. Story 5. Why, I was 31 years old and weighed over 290 pounds when this happened. I'm not proud of admitting that, but it's important for understanding how I ended up in this situation. I just moved to Detroit for a temporary IT job, didn't know anyone in the city, and spent most of my free time alone in my crappy studio apartment drinking beer and eating takeout. This was on a Friday night in November. I'd been working all week at this soul-crushing data entry job, barely talking to anyone except to answer technical questions or grunt hello to co-workers. By the time the weekend came around, I was desperate for some kind of human interaction, even if it meant going out alone. I started drinking around 6 in the evening, just sitting on my couch with a six-pack watching TV. But the loneliness was eating at me, making me feel pathetic and sorry for myself. So around 10:30, I decided I needed to get out of the apartment and buy more alcohol. There was a liquor store about 15 minutes away that stayed open until midnight. I was buzzed but not drunk when I started walking. The cold November air felt good on my face after being cooped up inside all day. Detroit in that area isn't the nicest part of town, but I figured I was too big for anyone to mess with, and it was a short walk anyway. But I got turned around. The streets all look the same at night, especially when you're not familiar with the area and you've been drinking. Before I knew it, I was in a part of the city I'd never seen before, walking past boarded-up buildings and empty lots filled with weeds and garbage. That's when I saw her. She was standing on the sidewalk under a streetlight, wearing a denim jacket over what looked like an extremely short dress, or maybe just a long shirt. I could see her legs from pretty far away, bare skin from mid-thigh down to these high heels that looked uncomfortable as hell. As I got closer, I could see she was probably in her early 20s, with bleached blonde hair and heavy makeup that looked like it had been applied hours earlier and was starting to smudge. She was smoking a cigarette and shifting her weight from foot to foot like she was cold or nervous. When I was maybe 20 feet away, she looked up at me and smiled. Not a genuine smile, but the kind of practiced expression someone uses when they're working. "Hey there, big guy," she called out. "You look like you're having a lonely night." I stopped walking and looked at her. Up close, I could see that her makeup wasn't hiding much. She looked tired and strung out, like she'd been up for days. But she was still attractive in that worn-down way some women get when they've been through too much too young. "Looking for some company?" she asked, dropping her cigarette and crushing it under her heel. "I could show you a good time, help you forget whatever's got you wandering around out here by yourself." I should have kept walking. Every rational part of my brain was telling me this was a bad idea, but I was drunk and lonely and horny, and it had been months since I'd had any kind of physical contact with another human being. So I nodded. She stepped closer and took my hand. Her fingers were ice cold, and I could smell cigarettes and cheap perfume and something else underneath, something sour and desperate. "I know a place we can go," she said, "somewhere more private." She started leading me down the street, still holding my hand like we were a couple out for a romantic walk. We walked for about 2 blocks, past more empty buildings and broken streetlights. I started getting nervous about how far we were going from the main road, but she kept talking to me in this soothing voice, asking about my job and where I was from. We ended up at this old building that looked like it used to be some kind of auto repair shop. The big garage doors were chained shut, but there was a regular door on the side that was slightly open. She pushed it wider and gestured for me to go first. "After you, honey," she said. The inside of the building was dark except for some light coming through dirty windows from the street. I could make out shapes, old equipment covered in tarps, tools scattered on workbenches, piles of what looked like car parts. The air smelled like motor oil and rust, and something organic that made my stomach turn. She came in behind me and let the door close with a soft click. That's when I heard her whistle, a sharp, 2-note sound that echoed through the empty space. That's when they came out of the shadows. 2 men, both bigger than me, which is saying something. One was holding what looked like a piece of metal pipe. The other had his hands empty, but clenched into fists. The first hit came from behind and caught me right in the left shoulder. The pain was immediate and shocking, like an electric current shooting down my arm. I stumbled forward and turned around just in time to see the guy with the pipe raising it again. I tried to say something, tried to ask what they wanted, but before I could get any words out, the second guy kicked me hard in the side. I felt something crack inside my chest. Ribs breaking, I realized later, and the impact sent me sprawling onto the concrete floor. The woman had moved back toward the door and was just watching. In the dim light, I could see she had this completely blank expression, like what was happening to me was boring and routine. They didn't say anything to me, didn't demand money, or threaten me with worse things if I didn't cooperate. They just kept hitting me methodically, like they were following some kind of script they'd performed many times before. The guy with the pipe hit me again, this time across my back while I was trying to get up. The metal made a horrible thudding sound against my ribs, and I collapsed completely, my face hitting the cold concrete. I could taste blood in my mouth, and my vision was starting to get blurry around the edges. They dragged me across the floor toward the back of the building. I was conscious but barely able to move, every breath sending sharp pains through my chest where my ribs were broken. My left shoulder was completely numb, and I could feel warm wetness soaking through my shirt where the pipe had split my skin. They dumped me in what felt like a storage room and slammed the door shut. I heard something heavy being moved against it, probably furniture or equipment being stacked up to keep me from getting out. I don't know how long I was in that room. It felt like hours, but it might have been less. Time moves strangely when you're hurt and scared and not sure if you're going to live through the night. The room was completely dark, and all I could do was lie there on the cold concrete and try to breathe without making the pain in my ribs worse. I could hear them moving around in the main part of the building, talking in low voices I couldn't make out. Occasionally one of them would laugh, which was somehow worse than if they'd been angry or threatening. The casual way they were behaving made it clear this wasn't personal. I was just another mark, another victim in whatever operation they were running. The worst part was thinking about what was going to happen next. Were they going to come back and finish me off? Were they planning to hold me for ransom even though I barely had enough money in my bank account to cover next month's rent? Or were they just going to leave me there to die slowly from my injuries? I tried to feel around the room for something I could use as a weapon, but moving sent waves of agony through my chest and shoulder. The best I could do was crawl a few feet in each direction, mapping out the space by touch. It was small, maybe 8 feet by 10 feet, with concrete walls and what felt like old cardboard boxes and metal debris scattered around. That's when I found the hammer. It was wedged under some kind of tarp or canvas, rusty and heavy, but still solid. The handle was cracked, but it would hold together long enough to be useful. I don't know what time it was when I started trying to break down the door. Maybe 4 or 5 in the morning, judging by how quiet everything had gotten outside. I started by hitting the door frame around the hinges, trying to be as quiet as possible in case they were still nearby and listening. The hammer made dull, thunking sounds against the wood, and I kept expecting to hear footsteps coming toward the room. But nothing happened. Either they were heavy sleepers, or they'd left me there and gone somewhere else. It took what felt like forever, but eventually I managed to loosen the bottom hinge enough that the door started to sag. I could see a thin line of light around the frame, which meant dawn was starting to break outside. I squeezed through the gap and found myself back in the main part of the building. It was empty. They were gone, along with the woman who'd led me there. The only signs they'd ever been there were some cigarette butts on the floor and a few drops of what I hoped was my blood near where they'd first attacked me. Getting out of that building and back to a main street was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. Every step sent pain shooting through my broken ribs, and my left arm was hanging useless at my side. I was dizzy from blood loss and probably had a concussion from hitting the concrete floor so hard, but I made it. I stumbled out of that neighborhood, through empty lots and past abandoned buildings, until I reached a street with actual traffic and working streetlights. The sun was coming up, and I must have looked like hell, because the first person who saw me, a guy in a pickup truck, immediately pulled over and called 911. The paramedics said I was lucky. 3 broken ribs, a dislocated shoulder, a mild concussion, and various cuts and bruises, but nothing that wouldn't heal. They asked me what happened, and I told them everything I could remember. The police took my statement at the hospital, but I wasn't able to give them much useful information. I couldn't remember exactly where the building was. All those streets looked the same, especially at night. I couldn't describe the woman well enough for them to identify her, and the 2 men had stayed in the shadows most of the time. They said this kind of thing happened more often than people realized. Someone would pose as a prostitute to lure victims to a secluded location where accomplices would rob them. Usually, the victims were too embarrassed to report it, which is why the perpetrators kept getting away with it. I stayed in Detroit for another 3 months to finish my work contract, but I never went out alone at night again. I ordered groceries online and had them delivered. I found a gym in my building so I wouldn't have to walk outside after dark. I basically became a shut-in until it was time to leave the city. The physical injuries healed, but I still think about that night all the time. Not just the beating itself, but the setup that led to it. How easily I was manipulated, how desperate I must have seemed to them. The woman read me perfectly, saw a lonely, overweight guy who would be easy to control and isolate. What haunts me most is wondering how many other people they did this to. How many lonely men got lured into that building and didn't make it out. The police said there had been several similar attacks in the area over the past year, but most victims either couldn't or wouldn't provide detailed information. I also think about the casual way they went about it. This wasn't a crime of passion or desperation. It was a business operation. They had their roles worked out, knew exactly how to incapacitate someone my size, had a secure location where they could hold victims for hours without being discovered. The woman was the key to the whole thing. She knew exactly what to say, how to present herself, how to make me feel like I was in control of the situation when really she was leading me exactly where she wanted me to go. If I'd been smarter, or less lonely, or more sober, I might have seen through it. But that's the thing about predators. They're good at identifying vulnerability and exploiting it. They saw me walking alone through a bad neighborhood, clearly lost and probably drunk, and recognized an easy target. I lost 40 pounds after that experience, partly from the stress and partly because I started taking better care of myself. I also moved back to a smaller city where I felt safer and had family nearby. Detroit taught me that being alone in an unfamiliar place makes you incredibly vulnerable to people who make a living off other people's desperation. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't found that hammer in the storage room. Would they have come back eventually to finish what they started? Would they have just left me there to die from my injuries? Or was the plan always to let me go after they'd taught me a lesson about wandering into their territory? I'll probably never know the answers to those questions. The police never caught them, and for all I know, they're still operating in that area, still using the same tactics to lure victims into that abandoned building. But I learned something important that night, something I should have known already, but had to discover the hard way. When you're alone and vulnerable, there are people out there who will see that as an opportunity. They'll use your loneliness against you, promise you connection and companionship, then take everything they can get from you. I'm sharing this story because I want other people to understand how these scams work. If you're ever approached by someone offering services like that, especially in an unfamiliar area, trust your instincts and walk away. No matter how lonely you are, no matter how much you want human contact, it's not worth risking your safety. And if you ever find yourself lost in a bad neighborhood, call a cab or rideshare service. Don't keep walking around, hoping to find your way back to safety. The longer you're out there looking vulnerable and confused, the more likely you are to attract the wrong kind of attention. Because there are people like that woman and her accomplices everywhere, in every city, looking for their next victim. And they're very, very good at what they do. Story 6. It was Friday the 13th of September, 2024. I remember the date so clearly because everyone was joking about it being bad luck all week, and I kept thinking how stupid those superstitions were. My boyfriend Zach had just flown in from across the country to visit me for the weekend, and we'd planned this perfect day together. We decided to go see the new Beetlejuice movie at the mall. I was so excited because I'd been looking forward to it for weeks, and having Zach there to see it with me made it even better. I put on this black and white striped dress that I loved. It was kind of fitting for the movie, you know, the whole gothic theme. The mall was pretty busy for a Friday afternoon. Lots of families and teenagers hanging out. We got there around 1 o'clock and decided to grab lunch at the food court before the movie started. That's when I first noticed him. He was sitting alone at a table maybe 20 feet away from us, just staring. Not looking around the food court like most people do, not eating anything, just sitting there with his eyes locked on me. He was probably in his 60s, with grey hair that was thinning on top, and these thick glasses that magnified his eyes in a weird way. He was wearing a blue t-shirt and khaki shorts, like he was dressed for a casual day out, but something about him felt off. At first I thought I was being paranoid. You know how sometimes you catch someone looking at you and your brain makes it into a bigger deal than it is. I tried to ignore him and focus on talking to Zach about his flight and what we wanted to do over the weekend. But every time I glanced in that direction, the man was still staring at me. Not Zach, not both of us together, just me specifically. His head would turn to follow me when I got up to throw away trash or when I shifted in my seat. It was making my skin crawl. Zach noticed I was distracted and asked what was wrong. I pointed out the man as subtly as I could. When Zach looked over, the guy didn't even pretend to look away. He just kept staring with this blank expression that made my stomach turn. "That's really weird," Zach said. "Should we move to a different area?" We decided to leave the food court and walk around the mall for a bit before our movie started. I was hoping the man would stay put and we'd lose him in the crowd. But as we were walking away, I looked back and saw him getting up from his table. He hadn't bought any food, hadn't even been pretending to eat. He'd just been sitting there watching me. We went into a bookstore thinking maybe we could browse for a while and he'd get bored and leave. I love bookstores. They usually make me feel safe and calm. But I kept feeling like someone was watching me from between the shelves. Every time I turned around, I'd catch a glimpse of that blue t-shirt or those thick glasses. When we came out of the bookstore, he was standing right outside the entrance, not even trying to be subtle about it anymore. He was maybe 10 feet away, close enough that I could see the details of his face clearly. He had this thin-lipped mouth that never seemed to change expression, and his eyes behind those glasses were completely focused on me. Zach stepped closer to me and put his arm around my shoulders. "This is getting really creepy," he said. "We should find security." But as we looked around, we realized the mall was practically empty now. It was that weird time in the late afternoon when the lunch crowd has left, but the evening shoppers haven't arrived yet. Most of the stores had only 1 or 2 employees visible, and we couldn't see any security guards anywhere. We decided to just go to the movie theater. It was in a different part of the mall, and we figured once we were sitting in a dark theater with other people around, the guy would have to back off. Plus, our movie was starting soon, and I didn't want this creepy stranger to ruin our plans. As we walked toward the theater, I kept checking behind us. The man was following at a distance, staying about 30 or 40 feet back, but never losing sight of us. When we'd stop to look in a store window, he'd stop too. When we'd speed up, he'd speed up. It was like having our own personal shadow. The movie theater lobby was busier than the rest of the mall, which made me feel a little better. We bought our tickets and some popcorn, and I started to relax, thinking maybe he wouldn't follow us into the actual theater. But as we were standing in line to have our tickets scanned, I saw him again. He was at the ticket counter, talking to the employee, pointing in our direction. My heart started racing because I realized he was buying a ticket to our movie. I grabbed Zach's arm and pulled him aside. "He's coming to our movie," I whispered. "He's buying a ticket right now." We watched as the man completed his transaction and walked toward the theater entrance. He looked directly at us and smiled, the first change in his expression I'd seen all day. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was satisfied, like he'd accomplished something he'd been working toward. I wanted to leave right then, but Zach convinced me we should stay. "There will be other people in the theater," he said, "and if he tries anything, we'll make a scene and get him kicked out." So we went into the theater. It was one of those smaller screening rooms, maybe 50 seats total, and there were only about 15 other people scattered throughout. We picked seats in the middle section, hoping to blend in with the other moviegoers. But the man didn't sit down anywhere. As the preview started and the lights dimmed, he just stood at the back of the theater. I kept turning around to check, and he was always there, a dark silhouette against the light from the lobby. About 20 minutes into the movie, I saw him move. He walked down the aisle to my left slowly, like he was looking for a seat. But instead of sitting down, he stopped at the end of my row and just stood there. I was trying to watch the movie and pretend he wasn't there, but I could feel him staring at me in the darkness. The back of my neck was tingling, and I kept getting chills that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. Then he started moving again. He walked across the front of the theater, right in front of the screen, blocking other people's view. A few people made annoyed sounds, but he ignored them completely. He went to the other side of the theater and started walking up the aisle on my right. That's when I really started to panic. I was trapped in the middle of a row, with him moving around the theater like he was circling me. I grabbed Zach's hand and squeezed it so hard he winced. The man stopped at the end of my row again, but this time on the opposite side. Now I had him on one side and the wall on the other, with Zach next to me, but no easy way to escape if something happened. I couldn't focus on the movie at all. All I could think about was this strange man who had been following me for hours, who was now standing in the dark just a few feet away from me. I kept imagining what would happen if the theater emptied out and it was just me and Zach and him. About halfway through the movie, I couldn't take it anymore. I told Zach I was going to the bathroom, thinking maybe I could find a theater employee and report what was happening. When I got up to leave the row, the man immediately started moving too. He walked back down to the front of the theater and stood near the exit like he was waiting for me. I went into the bathroom and locked myself in a stall, pulling out my phone to call my mom. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial her number. "Mom, I need help," I whispered into the phone. "There's this man who's been following me around the mall for hours. He followed us into the movie theater, and now he's just standing around staring at me. I'm scared." My mom told me to find security immediately, to not worry about being polite or making a scene. "If someone is making you uncomfortable, trust your instincts," she said. "Get help right now." But when I came out of the bathroom, there was still no security anywhere in sight. The theater lobby was almost empty. Just one bored-looking teenager behind the concession stand who looked like she was maybe 16 years old. I went back into the theater, hoping maybe the man had gotten tired of his game and left. But he was still there, now sitting in a seat about 3 rows behind us. Close enough to watch every move I made, but far enough away that he couldn't be accused of bothering us directly. The rest of the movie was torture. I spent the entire time hyper-aware of his presence behind me, jumping at every sound, unable to relax for even a second. When the credits started rolling and the lights came up, I saw him stand up immediately and start moving toward the exits. We waited until most of the other people had left before we got up. I was hoping he'd be gone by then, but as we walked out of the theater, I saw him standing in the lobby, pretending to read a movie poster, but obviously waiting for us. That's when we decided we had to leave the mall entirely. We walked quickly toward the exit, and I could hear footsteps behind us keeping pace. When we got outside, the parking lot felt huge and exposed. There were cars everywhere, but hardly any people. We got to Zach's rental car, and I looked back toward the mall entrance. The man was standing just outside the doors, no longer pretending he wasn't watching us. He was staring directly at our car, and I had this horrible feeling that he was memorizing details about it. Zach started the engine, and we pulled out of the parking space. As we drove toward the exit of the parking lot, I was watching the mirrors obsessively. That's when I saw it. A blue sedan that started moving just as we did. "Zach, I think he's following us," I said, my voice cracking with fear. We drove out of the mall parking lot and onto the main road. The blue car stayed behind us, not even trying to be sneaky about it anymore. When we turned left at the first light, it turned left too. When Zach changed lanes, it changed lanes. I was completely panicking now. This wasn't just some creepy guy at the mall anymore. He knew what car we were driving and was actively following us home. I started thinking about all the worst-case scenarios. Did he plan to follow us to find out where I lived? Was he going to wait until Zach left town and then come back for me? Zach was trying to stay calm, but I could see his knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel so tightly. He started taking random turns, going in circles, trying to lose the car. But it stayed with us through every turn, never more than 2 or 3 car lengths behind. We drove like that for almost 30 minutes. Through residential neighborhoods, past shopping centers, down streets I'd never seen before. The blue car never left our mirrors. Whoever was driving it was committed to staying with us, no matter where we went. Finally, Zach pulled into a gas station and parked right in front of the building where there were lots of lights and people around. We sat there for about 10 minutes watching the parking lot. The blue car drove past slowly, and I could see the man from the mall behind the wheel, still wearing that same blue t-shirt and glasses. He drove past the gas station and disappeared around a corner. We waited another 15 minutes before we felt safe enough to leave. When we finally started driving again, I kept watching the mirrors, but the blue car didn't reappear. We took a completely indirect route back to my apartment, making random turns and stops to make sure we weren't being followed. By the time we got home, it was almost dark, and I was emotionally exhausted. That night, I barely slept. Every sound outside made me think he'd somehow followed us home and was lurking around my building. I kept checking the locks on my door and peeking through the blinds to make sure there wasn't a blue sedan parked on my street. The next morning, I filed a police report. The officer took down all the information I could give. The man's description, the details about him following us through the mall and the theater, the car chase afterward. But there wasn't much they could do without more concrete information. Unfortunately, this kind of thing happens more often than you'd think, the officer told me. Someone becomes fixated on a random person and starts following them around. Most of the time, they eventually get bored and move on to someone else. But I couldn't stop thinking about how persistent he'd been, following us for hours, buying a movie ticket just to continue watching me, then getting in his car to chase us through the city. That level of dedication was terrifying. The worst part was not knowing what he wanted. Was it sexual? Did he want to hurt me? Was he planning to kidnap me? Or was he just some lonely, mentally ill person who had become obsessed with a stranger for reasons I'd never understand? Zach stayed with me for the rest of his visit, but I couldn't enjoy any of it. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, scanning parking lots for blue sedans, jumping at unexpected sounds. The man had stolen my sense of safety in my own city. After Zach left, I started changing my routines. I avoided the mall completely. I took different routes to work every day. I had groceries delivered instead of going shopping. For months afterward, I was always looking around, always aware of who was behind me or watching me. I never saw the man again, but I never forgot what it felt like to be hunted like that. To have someone decide, for whatever reason, that I was their target and they were going to pursue me no matter what. The helplessness of not being able to make it stop, not being able to understand why it was happening. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if Zach hadn't been with me that day. Would the man have approached me directly? Would he have followed me home and tried to get into my apartment? Would I have ended up as one of those news stories about women who disappeared after being stalked by strangers? I also wonder if he did this to other women before me, or if he's done it since. Was I just unlucky enough to catch his attention on the wrong day, or was this something he did regularly? The thought that he might be out there right now, following some other unsuspecting woman around a mall, makes me sick to my stomach. The police never caught him. Without a license plate number or a clear photo, there wasn't much for them to investigate. He became just another unsolved case in a file somewhere, another woman's word against a stranger's absence. But I learned something important that day about trusting my instincts. From the very first moment I noticed him staring at me in the food court, my gut was telling me something was wrong. I should have listened to that feeling immediately and found help instead of trying to convince myself I was overreacting. Because predators count on their victims being polite, being worried about causing a scene or seeming paranoid. They use our social conditioning against us, knowing that most people won't make a fuss until it's too late. That Friday the 13th really was unlucky, just not in any way I could have predicted. And even now, almost 6 months later, I still feel a chill when I see older men in blue t-shirts and thick glasses. I still check my rearview mirror more often than I should. I still remember what it felt like to be prey. Story 7. I've got one of those faces that looks like a lot of different people. Throughout my life, strangers have come up to me thinking I'm someone they know, a co-worker, a friend's brother, some guy from their gym. Usually it's just awkward for a few seconds until we figure out the mistake, but this one time, it almost got me killed. I'd been having problems with my girlfriend for weeks. We'd been together for almost 2 years, and lately I was getting this gut feeling that she was seeing someone else. Little things, you know, staying out later than usual, being secretive with her phone, making excuses not to spend time together. When I'd try to bring it up, she'd get defensive and turn it around on me, saying I was being paranoid and controlling. That night we'd had a huge fight about it. She'd come home at almost midnight, claiming she was working late. But when I called her office, nobody answered. When I confronted her about it, she blew up at me, saying she couldn't handle my jealousy anymore, and maybe we needed to take a break. I was hurt and angry, and needed to get out of the apartment before I said something I'd really regret. So around 11:30 at night, I decided to go for a walk. I didn't have any particular destination in mind. I just needed to move, to burn off some of the frustration that was eating me alive. Without really thinking about it, I ended up walking toward the worst part of the city. Maybe I was feeling self-destructive, or maybe I just wanted to go somewhere that matched how dark my mood was. The streets got emptier and more run down as I walked, until I was in an area I'd never been to before, full of boarded-up buildings and broken streetlights. That's when I saw this guy standing on a corner, clearly up to something. He was maybe in his 30s, wearing a hoodie and jeans, constantly looking around like he was watching for cops. Everything about his body language screamed that he was dealing drugs. I should have kept walking. I should have turned around and gone home to deal with my relationship problems like a normal person. But I was feeling reckless and rebellious, and part of me wanted to do something that would prove my girlfriend right about me being trouble. So I walked up to him and asked what he had. The guy looked at me for a second, squinting in the dim light from the one working street lamp. Then his face broke into this huge grin and he said, "Alvaro, man, where the hell have you been?" Now, my name isn't Alvaro. I'd never seen this guy before in my life. But something about his enthusiasm and the fact that I was already in a why not kind of mood made me decide to play along. I figured I'd see what happened, maybe buy whatever he was selling and get out of there. "You know how it is," I said, trying to sound casual. "Been keeping busy." The dealer, I never got his real name, slapped me on the back and started walking. "Come on, man. The crew's all upstairs waiting. They're going to be so pumped to see you." That should have been my cue to bail. The fact that there were other people involved, that this was apparently some kind of group situation, should have sent me running. But I was curious now, and maybe still a little high on the adrenaline of pretending to be someone else. We walked about 2 blocks to this run-down apartment building that looked like it should have been condemned years ago. Half the windows were broken or boarded up, and there was graffiti covering every surface. The front door was hanging off its hinges. The guy led me through a lobby that smelled like piss and mold, past an elevator that obviously hadn't worked in decades, and up 5 flights of stairs. Each floor looked worse than the last. More broken windows, more garbage scattered around, more evidence that this was not a place where law-abiding citizens hung out. As we climbed, he kept talking to me like we were old friends catching up. He mentioned names I didn't recognize, referenced conversations I'd never had, talked about plans and schemes that meant nothing to me. I just nodded along and made non-committal sounds, hoping I could keep the charade going long enough to figure out what I'd gotten myself into. "Just be cool, let me do the talking," he said as we reached the 5th floor. "Some of the guys are still paranoid about what happened last month." That should have been another huge red flag, but by then I was committed to seeing this through. We stopped in front of a door that looked like it had been kicked in and repaired multiple times, and the dealer knocked in some kind of pattern. 3 short, 2 long, 1 short. The door opened to reveal a guy who was easily 6.5 feet tall and built like a linebacker. He was wearing all black and had tattoos covering his arms and neck. When he saw me, his expression went from suspicious to relieved. "Thank God," he said, stepping aside to let us in. "We were starting to think something had happened to you." The apartment was a disaster. There was trash everywhere, furniture that looked like it had been salvaged from dumpsters, and windows covered with heavy blankets instead of curtains. The smell was overwhelming, a mixture of cigarettes, marijuana, unwashed bodies, and something chemical that burned my nostrils. But what really made my blood run cold was what I saw on the table in the middle of the room. Stacks of cash, maybe thousands of dollars, along with several guns and plastic bags full of what was obviously drugs. This wasn't some small-time operation. This was serious criminal activity. There were 5 people sitting around the table, all of them armed. All of them looking at me like I was their long-lost brother. They started talking to me about shipments and territories and people who owed them money, clearly expecting me to know what they were talking about. I realized I was in way over my head. These weren't just drug dealers. They were part of some kind of organized operation, and the real Alvaro was apparently a key player. If they figured out I wasn't who they thought I was, if the real Alvaro showed up while I was there, I could end up dead. I started moving slowly toward one of the windows, trying to look casual while I figured out an escape route. The window looked down onto the street 5 stories below, but there was a fire escape that might be climbable if I could get to it. That's when I saw the black SUV pull up outside. Through the gap in the blankets covering the window, I could see 3 guys getting out of the vehicle. They were all dressed in expensive suits, moving with the kind of confidence that suggested they were used to being in charge. One of them was pointing up at the building, clearly directing the others. But what made my heart stop was the 4th person who got out of the SUV. He looked exactly like me. Same height, same build, same hair color. From 5 stories up, he could have been my twin. The only difference was that he was wearing a nice suit and looked like he took care of himself, while I was in jeans and a t-shirt looking like I'd been living rough. I realized I was looking at the real Alvaro, and he was clearly someone important enough to travel with bodyguards, someone important enough that his absence from this meeting had been a big deal, someone whose identity I'd been unknowingly stealing for the past hour. I could hear footsteps in the hallway outside the apartment, heavy boots coming up the stairs fast. The real Alvaro was coming to the meeting I was pretending to be him at, and when he walked through that door, everyone in the room would realize I was an imposter. I had to get out of there immediately. I told the guys I needed to use the bathroom, trying to keep my voice steady. The dealer who'd brought me there pointed toward a hallway that led to the back of the apartment. I walked as calmly as I could, even though every instinct was screaming at me to run. Instead of going to the bathroom, I found a back staircase that I hoped would lead to a different exit. I could hear voices in the hallway outside the front door. The bodyguards talking to someone, probably asking if it was safe for Alvaro to come up. I started down the back stairs as quietly as I could, but each step seemed impossibly loud in the silence. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure everyone in the building could hear it. I was 3 flights down when I heard the front door of the apartment open and voices greeting the real Alvaro. By the time I reached the ground floor, I could hear shouting from upstairs. Not angry shouting, but the kind of loud conversation that happens when people are excited to see each other. The real Alvaro was apparently popular with this crowd, which made sense if he was as important as he seemed to be. I found a back exit that led to an alley behind the building. It was dark and smelled like garbage, but it was away from the street where the SUV was parked. I could hear more voices now, including what sounded like the real Alvaro talking. Even from several stories down and through thick walls, his voice sounded eerily similar to mine. I made it about 2 blocks away before I heard the shouting change tone. Someone upstairs had realized something was wrong. Maybe they'd noticed that Alvaro had never come back from the bathroom. Maybe the real Alvaro had mentioned something that didn't match up with my earlier conversation. Either way, I could hear angry voices and what sounded like people running around. I ducked into the doorway of an abandoned storefront and tried to make myself invisible. A few minutes later, I saw 2 of the guys from the apartment come running down the street, clearly looking for something or someone. They were both carrying guns now, not even trying to hide them. They split up at the corner, one going left and one going right, obviously searching the area. I stayed hidden in that doorway for what felt like hours, listening to them calling out to each other, coordinating their search. At one point, one of them came within maybe 20 feet of where I was hiding, close enough that I could hear him breathing hard from running. Finally, around 3 in the morning, the neighborhood went quiet again. I waited another 30 minutes before I dared to move, then took the longest, most circuitous route I could think of to get back to a part of the city I recognized. I never found out who the real Alvaro was, or what kind of operation he was involved in. I never saw any of those guys again, never went back to that part of town, never tried to figure out what had happened after I left. Some questions are better left unanswered, but I learned something important that night about the danger of pretending to be someone you're not. That mistaken identity could have gotten me killed, and it was pure luck that I realized the truth before it was too late. I also learned that there are levels of criminal activity way beyond what most people imagine. Those weren't just street dealers selling drugs to pay their rent. They were part of something bigger and more dangerous, something that involved serious money and serious consequences for anyone who crossed them. The scariest part is thinking about how easily it could have gone wrong. If I'd arrived 15 minutes later, I might have walked into that apartment just as the real Alvaro was getting there. If I hadn't looked out the window at the right moment, I might not have known to run until it was too late. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if they'd caught me. Would they have just beaten me up and let me go? Would they have assumed I was working for a rival group and killed me as an example? Or would they have tried to use me somehow, since I looked so much like their guy? I also think about the real Alvaro, and whether he ever found out that someone had been impersonating him that night. Did the guys in the apartment tell him about the fake Alvaro who disappeared? Did he worry that someone was trying to infiltrate his operation or steal his identity for some other criminal purpose? My girlfriend and I broke up 2 weeks later. It turned out I was right about her seeing someone else. But by then, I didn't even care anymore. After that night in the abandoned building, relationship drama seemed pretty trivial. When you've spent hours thinking you might get murdered by mistake, other problems start to feel manageable. I never told anyone about what happened. How do you explain that you accidentally infiltrated a criminal organization because you look like someone else? How do you describe the feeling of watching your doppelganger get out of a car while you're pretending to be him in a room full of armed dealers? But even now, years later, I still get nervous when strangers approach me thinking they know who I am. Because now I know that sometimes a case of mistaken identity isn't just awkward. Sometimes it can get you killed. Dear Story 8. My friend and I were doing internships in Washington, D.C. that summer. We'd been there for about 2 weeks, both of us working these boring government jobs that mostly involved filing paperwork and getting coffee for people who actually mattered. But hey, it was D.C. and we were 20 years old. so everything felt exciting and important just because of where we were. Aaron had this old boss from a previous internship, this guy named John, who'd worked in political consulting. They'd stayed in touch on Facebook, just the usual professional networking stuff. John had seen Aaron's post about being in DC for the summer and reached out to reconnect. At first it seemed pretty normal. John suggested they meet for lunch to catch up, talk about Aaron's career plans, maybe give him some advice about making connections in the political world. Aaron was excited about it. This was exactly the kind of networking opportunity we'd hoped to find during our time there. They met at some restaurant downtown, and Aaron said it went well. John seemed interested in Aaron's work, asked about his classes, talked about some of the projects he was working on, standard professional conversation. But there were a few things that struck Aaron as odd. For one thing, John was vague about what he was actually doing for work now. He mentioned some consulting projects, but never gave specifics about clients or what kind of consulting. When Aaron asked direct questions, John would change the subject or give these non-answers that sounded impressive, but didn't actually contain any information. Also, John kept asking personal questions that seemed weird for a professional lunch. How often Aaron talked to his parents, whether he had a serious girlfriend back home, if he was homesick or feeling isolated in a new city. The kind of questions that felt more like someone sizing you up than just making conversation. But Aaron brushed off these concerns because John was buying lunch and talking about possibly introducing him to some important people. When you're a broke college kid doing unpaid internships, free food and career connections can make you overlook red flags you should be paying attention to. About a week after their lunch, John invited Aaron to a party at his place. Just a small gathering, he said. Some people from the Hill, couple of lobbyists, good networking opportunity for someone starting out in politics. That's when I started getting a bad feeling about the whole thing. Aaron showed me the address John had given him. It was in Anacostia, which isn't where successful political consultants typically live. Anacostia has a reputation, and it's not the kind of neighborhood where you'd expect to find someone throwing networking parties for Capitol Hill staffers. I did some digging online and couldn't find much current information about John. His LinkedIn hadn't been updated in over a year. His consulting firm's website was down. When Aaron called the company where John used to work, they said he hadn't been employed there for months. Don't you think it's weird that he just disappeared from the professional world and now he's living in Anacostia? I asked Aaron. But Aaron was convinced this was just me being paranoid. Maybe John was between jobs, or maybe he was working on something confidential that he couldn't talk about publicly. The political world was full of people who kept low profiles for various reasons. The day of the party, Aaron decided we should take some edibles before we went. He'd gotten these gummies that were supposed to be really potent, 500 milligrams of THC each, way stronger than anything either of us had tried before. I thought it was a terrible idea to get high before meeting Aaron's professional contacts, but he convinced me it would help us be more social and relaxed. We each took half a gummy around 6 in the evening, figuring we'd be feeling good by the time we needed to leave for the party. But I told one of our friends about our plans and asked him to call the police if he didn't hear from us by midnight. Something about the whole situation was making me nervous, and I wanted someone to know where we were going. By 8 o'clock, I was higher than I'd ever been in my life. Everything felt intense and surreal. Colors were brighter, sounds were louder, and I kept having these moments of paranoia where I was convinced something terrible was about to happen. Aaron seemed to be handling it better than me, or at least he was pretending to. He kept insisting we should still go to the party, that this was an important opportunity, and we couldn't bail just because we were stoned. John had been texting Aaron throughout the day with updates about the party. First, he said he was running late because he was buying supplies. Then he said he was stuck at work and would meet us at his place. Then he said he was coming from the metro station and would be there soon. Around 8:20, We took the metro to Anacostia. The train was crowded with people heading home from work, and in my altered state, everyone seemed to be staring at us. I kept thinking they could tell we were high, that we were about to get arrested, that something bad was definitely going to happen. When we got off at the Anacostia station, I felt this wave of clarity hit me. Not like I was less high, but like some survival instinct was cutting through the THC fog. Everything around me suddenly felt sharper and more dangerous. The station was mostly empty, just a few people waiting for trains or walking to their cars. But I became hyper-aware of every detail. The sound of our footsteps echoing on the platform, the smell of the metro tracks, the feeling that we were a long way from anywhere safe or familiar. Aaron was checking his phone, reading the latest messages from John. "He says he's running late again," Aaron told me. "He's coming from Navy Yard Station and should be here in about 10 minutes. That's when I saw the next train pull into the station. It was coming from the direction of Navy Yard, and I watched carefully as people got off. Families, couples, a few people in work clothes heading home for the evening. But nobody who looked like John, and nobody who seemed to be looking around for us." A few minutes later, Aaron's phone buzzed again. "He says he just got off the train, and he's walking to the turnstiles now. Should see us any minute." But I was watching the turnstiles, and nobody was coming through them. The platform was almost empty now. Just us and maybe 3 other people waiting for the next train. If John had really just gotten off a train from Navy Yard, he should have been visible by now. That's when my paranoia shifted from drug-induced anxiety to genuine fear. John was lying about where he was. He was playing games with us, giving us false information about his location and timing. Either he was testing us for some reason, or he was setting us up for something we wouldn't want to be part of. "Aaron," I said, grabbing his arm, "something's not right. John isn't here, and I don't think he's coming from where he said he was." Aaron looked around the platform and seemed to realize I was right. We'd been standing there for 15 minutes, and there was no sign of anyone looking for us or trying to meet up with us. Another train pulled in, this one also coming from Navy Yard. Again, I watched everyone who got off. Again, no John. Aaron's phone buzzed one more time. The message said John was at the turnstiles and would be on the platform in just a minute. But the turnstiles were right there, maybe 50 feet away from where we were standing, and we could see them clearly. Nobody was coming through them. Nobody was even approaching them from the station entrance. That's when we both realized we needed to get out of there immediately. We got on the next train that arrived, not caring which direction it was going, just wanting to put distance between us and wherever John was actually located. As the train pulled away from Anacostia Station, I felt this huge sense of relief, like we'd just escaped from something terrible. Aaron was finally starting to acknowledge that the whole situation had been sketchy. Why would John lie about his location? Why give us false updates about where he was coming from? What kind of party were we supposed to be going to in a neighborhood where successful consultants don't usually live? We rode the train for about 30 minutes, going through several stops, until we were back in a part of DC that felt familiar and safe. By then, the edibles were wearing off enough that we could think more clearly about what had just happened. When we got back to our apartment, we tried to research John more thoroughly. We found some old articles mentioning his consulting work, but nothing recent. His social media presence had gone quiet around the same time his LinkedIn stopped being updated. It was like he'd deliberately erased himself from professional visibility right before reaching out to Aaron. We also looked up the address he'd given us in Anacostia. It was a real address, but when we checked it on Street View, it was just a regular apartment building in a residential area. Not the kind of place where you'd throw networking parties for political professionals. The more we dug, the more convinced we became that John had been planning something other than a party. Maybe he was involved in something illegal and was looking for naive college kids to recruit. Maybe he had personal motives that had nothing to do with professional networking. Or maybe, and this was the thought that really scared me, maybe there never was going to be a party at all. Maybe the plan was to get two isolated, inexperienced kids to meet him in an unfamiliar neighborhood where nobody would know to look for us if something went wrong. We never heard from John again after that night. Aaron tried calling and texting, pretending like we'd just gotten confused about the meeting time and wanted to reschedule. But John never responded. It was like he'd vanished completely once his plan fell through. A few weeks later, we found out from someone at Aaron's old internship that John had been fired from his previous job for inappropriate behavior with younger employees. Nothing criminal, but enough to make him unemployable in his field. That explained why he'd disappeared from the professional world and why he was being so secretive about his current work. Looking back, I think the edibles might have saved our lives that night. If we'd been sober, we probably would have kept waiting at that metro station, making excuses for John's absence and delays. We might have eventually agreed to go to his apartment to look for him, or to meet him somewhere else. But being high made me paranoid enough to pay attention to details that didn't add up. The fact that he kept changing his story about where he was coming from. The fact that we could see the entire platform and the entrance, and he clearly wasn't where he claimed to be. I also think our friend, knowing where we were going, created enough accountability to make John reconsider whatever he'd been planning. If something had happened to us, people would have known exactly where to start looking and who to investigate. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we'd actually gone to that address in Anacostia. Would we have found an apartment full of people having a normal networking party, and I would have felt stupid for being so paranoid? Or would we have walked into some kind of trap that we weren't prepared to handle? I'll never know for sure, but I'm glad we trusted our instincts and got out of there when something felt wrong. Because predators count on young people being polite and trusting, being afraid to seem rude or paranoid when adults offer them opportunities. John had done his homework on Aaron, knew about his career interests, his professional background, his social media presence. He'd positioned himself as a mentor figure, offering valuable connections and career advice. For a college kid trying to make it in politics, that kind of offer would be hard to turn down. But he'd also been careful to isolate us, to get us away from campus and our support network, to lure us to a part of the city where we wouldn't know anyone and couldn't easily get help if we needed it. The whole experience taught me to be more suspicious of adults who take unusual interest in college-age kids, especially when they're offering opportunities that seem too good to be true. Legitimate mentors and networking contacts don't usually disappear from their professional lives and then try to lure students to questionable neighborhoods for mysterious parties. I'm sharing this story because I want other young people to trust their gut feelings when something doesn't seem right. If someone is being evasive about basic information, if their story keeps changing, if they're pushing you to meet in isolated or unfamiliar locations, those are red flags worth paying attention to, because the people who want to hurt you will often present themselves as people who want to help you. They'll offer exactly what you're looking for: job opportunities, professional connections, social experiences, and use those offers to manipulate you into vulnerable situations. We got lucky that night. Our paranoia, our preparation, and our willingness to abandon the plan when things felt wrong probably saved us from something much worse than just a wasted evening. But I still wonder about John sometimes. What he was really planning, whether he tried the same approach with other students, whether anyone else fell for it, because people like that don't usually give up after one failed attempt. They just find new targets and refine their techniques. Story 9. I'm still a teenager, and I have this habit of sneaking out late at night to go for walks. I know it sounds stupid and dangerous, but there's something about being out when everyone else is asleep that helps me clear my head. My parents have no idea I do this. They think I'm in my room, sleeping like a normal kid. What happened 6 months ago was the most terrifying experience of my entire life, and I still don't understand it. I've never told anyone about it because I'm not sure they'd believe me, and honestly, I'm not even sure I believe it myself sometimes. It was around 2 in the morning on a weeknight. I'd snuck out through my bedroom window like I'd done dozens of times before. The neighborhood was dead quiet, just the occasional car driving past and the sound of my sneakers on the sidewalk. I didn't have any particular destination in mind. I just wanted to walk and think and enjoy the cool night air. I ended up at this little shopping center about 10 minutes from my house. During the day it's busy with people going to the grocery store and the pharmacy, but at night it's completely empty. I was walking through the parking lot when I saw something on the ground. A white plastic spoon, the kind you get from fast food places. I don't know why I picked it up. Boredom, I guess. I started scraping it against the rough asphalt, grinding down the curved part until it was about half the size it had been. It was mindless, repetitive work that helped me zone out and not think about the stress I was dealing with at home and school. After I'd completely destroyed the spoon, I kept walking. I ended up at this park about 10 minutes away from the shopping center. During the day, it's where families bring their kids to play on the swings and have picnics. But at night, it's this completely different place, dark and quiet, and surrounded by these huge old trees that form a natural barrier around the whole area. The park is set up weird. There's only one way in or out, through this opening in the tree line that connects to the street. Once you're inside, you're surrounded by trees on all sides, like being in the bottom of a bowl. There are a few street lights, but they're old and dim, so most of the park stays pretty dark. I found this bench near the center of the park and lay down on it, looking up at the sky through the gaps in the tree branches. It was peaceful, and I was starting to feel relaxed for the first time all day. That's when I heard the whistling. It was coming from the direction of the park entrance, a slow, melodic tune that I didn't recognize. At first, I thought maybe it was just someone walking past on the street, but then I realized the sound was getting closer. Someone was coming into the park. I sat up and looked toward the entrance. There was a figure standing there, silhouetted against the weak light from the street. It was definitely an older man, tall and thin, wearing what looked like a button-down shirt and cargo pants. Even from a distance, there was something unsettling about the way he was standing so perfectly still. I'd seen this guy before, actually. He lived in my neighborhood and walked around a lot during the day. He always wore the same clothes, that button-down shirt and cargo pants, every single day, like it was his uniform or something. About a year ago, I'd been walking past him on the sidewalk, and he'd stopped me to say, "Jesus loves you," with this weird, creepy smile that had made me uncomfortable for the rest of the day. Now here he was at 2 in the morning, standing at the entrance to this isolated park, whistling and staring directly at me. We looked at each other for what felt like forever. I was frozen on that bench, not sure if I should try to leave or just wait to see what he was going to do. The smart thing would have been to get up and walk out of the park immediately. But something about his presence was so intimidating that I couldn't make myself move. Then he started walking toward me, not hurrying, not trying to be threatening, just walking at this steady, deliberate pace across the grass. With each step, I could see more details of his face in the dim light from the street lamps. He had this expression that I can only describe as satisfied, like he'd been looking for something and had finally found it. As he got closer, I could see that he was smiling. Not a friendly smile, but something predatory and knowing. Like we shared some secret that only he understood. The whistling had stopped, but now I could hear his footsteps in the grass, soft but getting louder as he approached. When he was maybe 20 feet away from me, he reached into his pocket and pulled something out. My blood went cold when I saw what it was, a white plastic spoon, identical to the one I'd been scraping on the asphalt an hour earlier. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that this spoon was damaged in exactly the same way mine had been. The curved part was ground down to about half its original size, with the same rough edges and the same pattern of wear that I'd created by dragging it across the parking lot. He held it up so I could see it clearly, that creepy smile getting even wider. Then he walked the last few steps to where I was sitting and, without saying a word, dropped the spoon into the front pocket of my hoodie. That's when my survival instincts finally kicked in. I jumped up from the bench and ran toward the public restroom building that sat on the other side of the park. It was a small concrete building with separate men's and women's bathrooms, nothing fancy, but it had doors I could lock. I got inside the men's room and immediately turned the deadbolt. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely work the lock mechanism, but I managed to secure the door. Then I just stood there, back against the door, trying to catch my breath and figure out what the hell was happening. The restroom was gross. Typical public park bathroom with graffiti on the walls and that antiseptic smell that doesn't quite cover up other odors. There was one flickering fluorescent light that made everything look sickly and surreal. But it felt safer than being out in the open park with that man. I pulled out my phone to call for help, but realized I didn't know what I would say. What crime had been committed? Some guy had put a spoon in my pocket. It sounded ridiculous, but I knew something much weirder and more dangerous was happening. I stayed in that bathroom for over 30 minutes, checking the time on my phone obsessively. I kept waiting to hear footsteps outside or someone trying the door handle, but everything stayed quiet. Finally, I worked up the courage to unlock the door and peek outside. The park looked empty. I couldn't see the man anywhere, and the only sounds were normal night noises. Wind in the trees, distant traffic, that kind of thing. I thought maybe he'd gotten bored and left, but I was wrong. Before I stepped out of the bathroom completely, something made me look back toward the bench where I'd been sitting. There was a figure there, sitting in exactly the spot I'd been occupying when the man first saw me. Even from across the park, I could tell it was the same guy. Same clothes, same posture, same unnaturally still way of sitting. He wasn't looking around or doing anything normal that someone might do if they were just hanging out in a park. He was sitting there like a statue, and I was pretty sure he was facing in my direction. The realization hit me that he had waited. For over half an hour, he had just sat there patiently, knowing that I would eventually have to come out of the bathroom. He wasn't in any hurry. He had all night, and he knew I couldn't stay hidden forever. I tried to think of a way to get out of the park without having to walk past him, but the layout worked against me. There was only one entrance, and to reach it, I'd have to cross the open grass area where he would definitely see me. The trees around the perimeter were too thick to push through, and even if I could get through them, I'd just end up in someone's backyard. I decided to make a run for it. I came out of the bathroom building and started jogging toward the park entrance, hoping I could get past him before he had time to react. But as soon as I started moving, he stood up from the bench. He didn't try to chase me or call out to me. He just stood there and watched me run, that same creepy smile on his face, like he was enjoying some private joke that I wasn't in on. I made it to the street and kept running until I was several blocks away from the park. Only then did I slow down to catch my breath and check if he was following me. The street was empty in both directions. No sign of him anywhere. But when I got home and climbed back through my bedroom window, I realized I still had the spoon in my pocket, the one he'd put there, the one that was identical to the one I'd destroyed earlier in the night. I pulled it out and looked at it under my desk lamp. It was exactly the same as the one I'd scraped on the asphalt, same damage pattern, same rough edges, same everything. But that was impossible. I'd thrown my spoon away in a trash can at the shopping center. There was no way he could have retrieved it, and there was no way he could have created an identical damaged spoon in the short time between when I'd destroyed mine and when I'd arrived at the park. I threw the spoon away immediately, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. How had he known what I'd done with the first spoon? How had he recreated the damage so perfectly? And why had he been carrying it with him, like he'd been planning to give it to me? The more I thought about it, the more disturbed I became. This wasn't a random encounter. It was like he'd been watching me, following my movements throughout the night. He'd seen me destroy the spoon at the shopping center, somehow acquired or created an identical one, and then positioned himself at the park where he knew I'd eventually show up. But that raised even more disturbing questions. How long had he been following me? Just that night, or on other nights when I'd snuck out? Did he know my walking patterns, my usual destinations? Had he been studying my habits, waiting for the right moment to approach me? I didn't sleep at all the rest of that night. I kept getting up to check that my window was locked, that there wasn't anyone standing in our backyard watching the house. Every sound made me jump, the furnace kicking on, branches scraping against the roof, normal house noises that suddenly seemed threatening. The next day, I made excuses to avoid going anywhere alone. I rode the bus to school instead of walking, ate lunch with friends instead of by myself, came straight home afterward instead of hanging out anywhere. I was terrified that I'd see the man again, that he'd approach me in daylight and try to continue whatever game he'd started in the park. For the next few weeks, I gave up my midnight walks completely. It killed me because those walks were how I dealt with stress and anxiety, but I was too scared to risk another encounter. When I did have to be out after dark, coming home from friends' houses or school events, I made sure I was never alone. But eventually, I started getting restless. The stress of school and home life was building up again, and I needed my outlet. I convinced myself that maybe the encounter in the park had been a one-time thing, that the man had just been in the wrong place at the wrong time and wouldn't be expecting to see me again. So about 2 months later, I started sneaking out again. But I changed my patterns completely. Different routes, different destinations, different times. I avoided the park entirely, and I was constantly looking over my shoulder for any sign that I was being followed. Everything was fine for a few weeks. I started to relax and think that maybe I'd overreacted, that the man had just been a harmless weirdo who'd moved on to bothering someone else. Then, 4 months after the first incident, I saw him again. I was walking through a different neighborhood, one I'd never been to before during my night walks. It was about 2:30 in the morning, and I was taking a route home that I'd never used previously. I thought I was being completely unpredictable. But as I turned a corner, there he was, standing under a streetlight about a block ahead of me, wearing the same button-down shirt and cargo pants, facing in my direction like he'd been waiting. The sight of him made my legs go weak. This wasn't a coincidence. There was no way he could have randomly ended up in my path unless he'd been tracking my movements. He'd somehow figured out my new walking patterns and positioned himself along my route. I immediately turned around and started walking quickly in the opposite direction. But when I looked back, he was following me at the same steady pace he'd used in the park. Not hurrying, not trying to catch up, just maintaining a constant distance while keeping me in sight. I picked up my pace, then started jogging, then broke into a full run. But every time I looked back, he was still there. Not running, but somehow keeping up with me despite his casual walking speed. It was like he was gliding over the ground instead of actually taking steps. I ran for about 6 blocks before I realized I was getting closer to my own neighborhood. The last thing I wanted was for this man to figure out where I lived. So I took a hard left and ran toward the commercial district, hoping to find somewhere public where I could call for help. By the time I reached the main shopping street, I was completely out of breath. I ducked behind a parked car and waited to see if he was still following me. The street was empty and quiet, no sign of movement in any direction. I waited there for almost 20 minutes before I felt safe enough to start the long walk home. I took the most indirect route I could think of, doubling back multiple times and cutting through areas where it would be hard for someone to follow without being seen. When I finally got home, I was exhausted and scared out of my mind. I'd been out for almost 3 hours, much longer than usual, and my parents were going to wake up in a few hours and expect me to be functional for school. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. The man wasn't just a random creep who'd approached me once. He was actively hunting me. He'd studied my habits well enough to predict where I'd be, even when I thought I was being unpredictable. That was 4 months ago, and I haven't been on a night walk since. I miss it terribly. Those walks were my escape, my way of dealing with all the pressure and anxiety of being a teenager. But I'm too scared to risk another encounter. Sometimes I see the man during the day, walking around the neighborhood in his usual uniform. He never acknowledges me or gives any sign that he recognizes me. But there's always something in his expression, that same satisfied smile, like he knows secrets about me that I don't even know about myself. I've thought about telling my parents, but what would I say? That I've been sneaking out at night and some guy gave me a spoon. They'd ground me forever and still probably wouldn't believe the really scary parts of the story. I've also thought about reporting it to the police, but again, what crime has been committed? Following someone isn't necessarily illegal, and giving someone a plastic utensil definitely isn't. But I know something much more serious was happening in those encounters. The man had been watching me, studying my behavior, learning my patterns. He demonstrated that he could predict my movements and position himself along my route. And he'd shown me that spoon as some kind of message or threat that I still don't understand. The thing that scares me most is wondering what his ultimate goal was. Was he just trying to intimidate me, to make me stop walking at night in what he considered his territory? Or was he building up to something more serious, studying me as preparation for some kind of attack or abduction? I'll probably never know the answers to those questions. But I learned that there are people out there who see teenage kids as potential victims, who will watch and wait and plan for the right opportunity to approach us when we're most vulnerable. I'm sharing this story because I want other kids to understand that the world isn't safe, especially late at night when you think nobody's paying attention. There are predators out there who specifically target young people who are alone and isolated, and they're often much more patient and calculating than you'd expect. If someone ever approaches you in a way that makes you uncomfortable, trust that feeling and get help immediately. Don't worry about seeming paranoid or overreacting. Your safety is more important than being polite. And if you're thinking about sneaking out at night like I was doing, please reconsider. I thought I was being careful, but I had no idea how vulnerable I was making myself. That man could have done anything to me in that isolated park, and nobody would have known where to look for me. I still wake up sometimes at 2 or 3 in the morning, wanting to go for a walk to clear my head. But then I remember that spoon, and the way he smiled when he put it in my pocket, and I stay inside where it's safe. Because whatever game he was playing with me, I never want to find out how it ends. Story 10. I was 18 years old when this happened, working the night shift at a gas station in the deep south. It was my first real job, and I was desperate for money to help my family with bills. The pay was terrible, but I lived only a 5-minute walk from the station, so it seemed like a good fit. My manager was this woman named Sophia, who'd been running that place for years. She had this strict rule about never scheduling women for night shifts. Said it was too dangerous, especially in our area where there wasn't much street lighting and the police response time was pretty slow. But I'd begged her to let me work late shifts because they paid an extra $1.50 per hour, which was significant when you're making minimum wage. Eventually, she agreed to let me work until 10 or 11 on weeknights, but never alone past midnight. That night was different, though. One of the guys who usually worked the late shift had called in sick, and Sophia was desperate for coverage. She offered me time and a half to stay until 6 in the morning. I should have said no. Every instinct I had was telling me it was a bad idea, but the money was too good to pass up. I figured nothing bad could happen in 5 hours, and if there were any problems, I could always call the police or lock myself in the office until morning. The first few hours were completely normal. Regular customers stopping for gas and cigarettes, a few truckers grabbing coffee and snacks for the road. Nothing out of the ordinary. I was actually starting to feel silly for being worried. Around midnight, things got quiet. The steady stream of customers dried up, and it was just me alone in that brightly lit station, surrounded by empty parking lots and dark roads. The silence was actually kind of peaceful at first. No demanding customers, no phone ringing, just me restocking shelves and cleaning. That's when this customer came in, who immediately made me uncomfortable. He was probably in his 40s, average height and build, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt that looked normal enough. But something about his behavior was off right from the start. Instead of browsing the aisles or going straight to what he needed, he just stood near the entrance, looking around the store like he was mapping out the layout. His eyes lingered on the security cameras, the office door, the employee areas behind the counter, like he was planning something. When he finally approached the counter, he didn't buy anything. Instead, he asked where the bathroom was. I pointed toward the back of the store, past the refrigerated section. To get there, you have to walk through the main shopping area, then down a short hallway where our office and storage room are located. He thanked me and headed in that direction, but something about the way he walked bothered me. Instead of moving like someone who really needed to use the bathroom, he was taking his time, looking around, checking out areas of the store that customers don't usually pay attention to. About 10 minutes later, one of my regular customers came in. This guy was an ex-Marine who worked construction and always stopped by on his way home from late shifts. We'd chat sometimes when the store was slow. He was friendly and made me feel safer during those long night hours. We were talking about his job when we heard a loud crash from the back of the store. It sounded like something heavy had fallen off a shelf, or maybe knocked over a display. The ex-Marine looked toward the back of the store with a frown. "That guy still back there?" he asked. I realized I hadn't seen the bathroom customer come out yet, which was weird because he'd been back there for at least 15 minutes. Most people don't take that long, especially when they're just stopping at a gas station. My regular customer offered to go check on him, but I said it was probably nothing. Maybe the guy had knocked something over by accident and was trying to clean it up. But as more time passed without seeing him, I started getting really nervous. Finally, I decided I needed to go back there myself. I told the ex-Marine I'd be right back and walked toward the rear of the store. The bathroom door was closed, but I could see light coming from underneath, so I assumed the guy was still in there. But as I got closer to the bathroom, I noticed that the door to our office was slightly ajar. That was strange because I was sure I'd left it completely closed when I'd gotten supplies earlier in the evening. We always kept it locked when we weren't using it. Something compelled me to check the office before knocking on the bathroom door. I can't explain why. Maybe some survival instinct was kicking in, or maybe I'd subconsciously noticed something else that was off. I approached the office door and kicked it with my foot so it would swing all the way open. The motion activated the sensor light inside, and that's when I saw him. The bathroom customer was standing perfectly still in our office, pressed against the wall, right behind where the door would normally be. He wasn't moving, wasn't making any sound, wasn't doing anything that would explain why he was in there. Just standing motionless in the dark like he was hiding. When the light came on and we made eye contact, neither of us moved for what felt like forever. He had this expression on his face that I'll never forget. Not surprised or embarrassed like you'd expect if someone got caught somewhere they shouldn't be. More like calculating, like he was deciding what his next move should be. I immediately backed away from the office and headed toward the front of the store. My heart was pounding and my hands were shaking, but I tried to stay calm. The ex-Marine was still at the counter, and having him there made me feel slightly safer. The bathroom customer came out of the back area about 30 seconds later, walking casually like nothing had happened. He didn't apologize for being in the office, didn't explain what he'd been doing, didn't acknowledge that anything unusual had occurred. He just walked past me and out of the store without saying a word. But as he was leaving, he turned back and stared at me through the glass doors. Not a quick glance, but a long, deliberate look that felt like he was memorizing my face or trying to communicate something threatening. I immediately called my manager and told her what had happened. She said to call the police right away and that she was coming in to cover the rest of my shift. While I was waiting for the cops to arrive, the ex-Marine stayed with me to make sure I was okay. When the police got there, they took a detailed report about the incident. They checked our office and storage areas to see if anything had been stolen, but everything appeared to be in order. They said the guy's behavior was definitely suspicious and probably criminal trespassing. But without him still being there or having caused actual damage, there wasn't much they could do immediately. But here's the part that really scared me. When they ran a check on similar incidents in the area, they found out this guy had been banned from every other convenience store and gas station within a 20-mile radius. All for the same kind of behavior, going into employee-only areas, hiding in storage rooms and offices, acting in ways that made female employees uncomfortable. The pattern suggested he was either planning to rob these places or had some kind of fixation on frightening women who worked alone at night. Either way, it was clear that his visit to our store wasn't random. He was specifically targeting places where he thought he could find vulnerable victims. What made it even creepier was learning that at 2 of the other stores, employees had found evidence that he'd been there for much longer than they realized. At one place, they discovered he'd been hiding in a storage closet for over an hour before anyone knew he was there. At another store, security footage showed him moving through employee areas in the middle of the night, apparently after hiding somewhere until after the store had officially closed. The thought that he might have been planning to hide in our office until I was completely alone or until the store was closed made me sick to my stomach. If I hadn't gone back to check on him, he could have stayed hidden for hours without me knowing. The police officer who took my statement said I'd probably saved myself from a much worse situation by trusting my instincts and investigating when something felt wrong. He said a lot of people ignore those gut feelings and end up in dangerous situations that could have been avoided. After that night, I refused to work alone during late shifts. Sophia understood completely and made sure there were always at least 2 people scheduled for overnight hours. She also installed additional security measures, including motion sensors in the office and storage areas that would alert us if someone went back there without authorization. But the really disturbing part was what happened over the next few weeks. The guy started showing up during my shifts, not coming into the store, just lurking around outside. He'd park across the street and sit in his car for hours, or stand near the edge of our parking lot pretending to be on his phone. At first I thought maybe I was being paranoid, but other employees started noticing him too. He was there almost every night I worked, always in a position where he could see through the windows, but far enough away that we couldn't call the police for loitering. It was like he was studying the store's operations, learning our schedules, figuring out the best times to try again. The police increased their patrols of our area, but he was careful never to be there when they drove by. The psychological effect of being watched like that was horrible. I'd be trying to do my job normally, but constantly aware that he was out there observing me. Every customer who came in made me nervous. Was this him coming back to try again? Every sound from the back of the store made me jump. Had he found another way inside? After about a month of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I was barely sleeping during the day because I kept thinking about him watching me work. I was jumping at every noise in my own house. I'd started having panic attacks whenever I saw cars that looked like his. I ended up quitting that job even though I really needed the money. Sophia was understanding about it and said she'd give me a good reference if I wanted to find work somewhere else. But she also warned me to be careful because guys like that sometimes escalate their behavior when their victims try to escape their attention. She was right to be concerned. But a week after I quit, someone broke into my house while I was at my new job. They didn't steal anything valuable. My TV, computer, jewelry were all left alone. Instead, they'd gone through my personal belongings, my clothes, my photos, like they were trying to learn intimate details about my life. The police suspected it was connected to the gas station incident, but they couldn't prove anything. There were no fingerprints, no witnesses, no evidence that could link it to the creepy customer. But I knew it was him. The invasion felt personal in a way that a random burglary wouldn't. I ended up moving to a different town entirely, staying with relatives until I could get established somewhere new. It felt like letting him win, but I was too scared to keep living in the same area, knowing he was still out there and fixated on me. What haunts me most about that experience is how methodical and patient he was. This wasn't some impulsive creep who saw an opportunity and acted on it. He'd clearly done this before, had refined his techniques, knew exactly how to exploit situations where women were isolated and vulnerable. The way he'd hidden motionless in that office, waiting for who knows what opportunity, showed a level of planning and self-control that was terrifying. Most criminals who target retail workers are looking for quick cash or easy victims. This guy was playing a much longer, more psychological game. I also think about what would have happened if that ex-Marine hadn't been there that night, or if I hadn't trusted my instincts enough to check the office. Would he have waited until the store was empty and then attacked me? Would he have tried to kidnap me? Or was his goal just to terrorize me, to make me feel unsafe in my own workplace? Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, still targeting other women who work alone at night. Whether he learned from his mistakes at our store and got better at not being detected. Whether some other 18-year-old girl is dealing with him right now, not knowing how dangerous he really is. I'm sharing this story because I want other people, especially young women, to understand that there are predators out there who are much more sophisticated than you might expect. They study their victims, learn their routines, and wait patiently for the perfect opportunity to strike. If someone ever makes you uncomfortable at work, especially during late-night shifts, trust that feeling immediately. Don't worry about being rude or jumping to conclusions. Call for help, call the police, do whatever you need to do to stay safe. And if your job requires you to work alone at night, please be extra careful. Make sure someone knows your schedule, check in with people regularly, and have a plan for what to do if something goes wrong. Because people like that customer are counting on you being isolated, being polite, being afraid to make a scene. They use your own instincts for courtesy and customer service against you. That night taught me that sometimes the most dangerous people are the ones who seem normal on the surface, who know exactly how to blend in and avoid suspicion until it's too late. And sometimes the only thing standing between you and real danger is that little voice in your head telling you something isn't right. The thing that still gives me chills is remembering how perfectly still he was in that office, like he'd practiced standing motionless for long periods of time, like hiding and waiting was something he was very, very good at. I never found out what he was planning to do once the lights went out and he thought I was alone. And honestly, I'm glad I never had to find out. Story 11. I was 24 years old when my car broke down on this secondary highway near Millbrook County. It was one of those situations that starts out as just a minor inconvenience and turns into something you'll never forget for the rest of your life. I'd been driving back from visiting my college roommate who lived about 4 hours away. It was late November, cold and getting dark early, and I'd left later than I should have because we'd been catching up and lost track of time. The plan was to take the main interstate most of the way home, but there was construction that had traffic backed up for miles. So I decided to take this back road that my GPS said would save me about 30 minutes. It was one of those rural highways that cuts through farmland and small towns, the kind of road where you might not see another car for 20 minutes at a time. Everything was fine until I was about halfway home and my engine started making this horrible grinding noise. I'm not a car person, but it sounded expensive and dangerous. Then smoke started coming out from under the hood, and I knew I was in real trouble. I managed to pull over before the engine completely died, but I was stuck on this dark stretch of road with no houses visible in either direction. My phone had no signal. Apparently I was in one of those dead zones you get in rural areas where the cell towers are too far apart. I tried turning the car back on a few times, but it was completely dead. The headlights wouldn't even come on anymore. So I started walking, hoping to find a house or a business or at least get to somewhere with cell phone coverage. It was probably around 11:30 at night by then, and it was cold enough that I could see my breath. I was wearing just a light jacket because it had been warmer when I left that morning. The road was completely dark, except for the occasional distant farmhouse light. I walked for what felt like hours, but was probably only about 45 minutes before I saw the sign. It was this old neon sign that was flickering on and off, with half the letters burned out, but I could make out enough to see it said vacancy and appeared to be advertising a motel. The place looked like it had been built sometime in the 60s and hadn't been updated since. The paint was peeling off everything, the parking lot was cracked and full of potholes, and most of the windows were so dirty you couldn't see through them. But it was shelter, and at that point I was getting desperate. There was only one other car in the parking lot, this beat-up sedan that looked like it hadn't moved in weeks. All the room lights were off except for one at the far end of the building, and there was a dim light coming from what looked like the office. The office was this tiny room with wood paneling on the walls and carpet that probably used to be brown but had faded to this sickly beige color. It smelled like a combination of mold and stale cigarettes and something else I couldn't identify, something organic and unpleasant. I rang the bell on the counter and waited. After a minute or two I heard movement in the back room, and then this man appeared from behind a beaded curtain. He was probably in his 70s, extremely thin, with skin that looked like it had never seen sunlight. His hair was completely white and hung down to his shoulders in greasy strands. But what really unsettled me were his eyes. They were this milky, clouded color that suggested he was mostly blind, but he looked directly at me when he spoke, like he could see me perfectly despite the obvious cataracts. Before I could even explain my situation, he slid a key across the counter and said, "Room 7. His voice was this dry whisper that made my skin crawl. $40 for the night. I told him my car had broken down and asked if there was anywhere nearby I could call for a tow truck in the morning. He just stared at me with those cloudy eyes and repeated room 7 like he hadn't heard anything I'd said. I paid him in cash and took the key. It was one of those old metal keys attached to a plastic tag, not the electronic key cards most hotels use now. The plastic was cracked and yellowed with age. Room 7 was at the end of a long outdoor corridor that was lit by a single flickering bulb. As I walked down the hallway, I could hear sounds coming from some of the other rooms, muffled voices, what sounded like crying, strange scratching noises like someone was clawing at the walls. But when I looked at the doors, there were no cars parked in front of most of these rooms. Either people were staying there without vehicles, or the sounds were coming from empty rooms. Room 7 was at the very end of the corridor, next to a staircase that led up to what looked like a second floor. The key worked, but the door was warped, and I had to really push to get it open. The room was exactly what you'd expect from a place like this. 2 double beds with bedspreads that were probably older than I was, a small TV that looked like it was from the 80s, and a window that faced the parking lot. The carpet was the same sickly beige as the office, with stains that I didn't want to think about too hard. But the strangest thing was the smell. It was the same organic, unpleasant odor from the office, but much stronger, like something had died in the walls and nobody had bothered to find it and clean it up. I tried to turn on the TV to have some background noise, but it just showed static on every channel. The bathroom had a shower that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in months, and a mirror that was so spotted and stained you could barely see your reflection. I was exhausted and didn't have many options, so I decided to try to get some sleep and deal with everything in the morning. I kept my clothes on and lay down on top of the bedspread, using my jacket as a blanket. But I couldn't fall asleep. The sounds from the other rooms continued all night, voices crying, that scratching noise. Around 2 in the morning, I started hearing footsteps in the room directly above me. Slow, deliberate steps that would start at one end of the room and walk to the other end, then back again, like someone pacing back and forth. The footsteps continued for hours. Every time I'd start to drift off, they'd start up again. Sometimes they'd be accompanied by other sounds. What sounded like furniture being dragged across the floor or something heavy being dropped. Around 4 in the morning, the footsteps stopped, and I heard what sounded like a door opening and closing upstairs. Then I heard footsteps in the corridor outside my room. They stopped right outside my door. I held my breath and listened. Someone was definitely standing right outside room 7. I could hear them breathing, could see the shadow of their feet in the gap under the door. They stood there for what felt like 10 minutes without moving, just breathing and occasionally shifting their weight from foot to foot. I was terrified to make any sound that would let them know I was awake. Finally, the footsteps moved away, and I heard a door open and close somewhere else in the building, but I was too scared to fall asleep after that. I just lay there staring at the ceiling until dawn started to break outside. As soon as there was enough light to see clearly, I got up and looked out the window. The parking lot looked completely different in the daylight. The beat-up sedan was gone, and there was no sign that anyone else was staying at the motel. I packed up my stuff and went to the office to check out. But when I got there, the office was completely empty. No sign of the old man, no indication that anyone had been there recently. The beaded curtain was gone, and I could see into the back room. It was just an empty space with nothing in it. I left my key on the counter and walked back toward where I'd left my car. In the daylight, I could see that there were several houses within walking distance that I'd missed in the dark. I knocked on the first door I came to and explained my situation. The woman who answered was probably in her 50s, friendly and helpful. She let me use her phone to call a tow truck, and while we were waiting, I mentioned the motel where I'd spent the night. Her expression changed completely when I described the place. She asked me exactly where it was, and when I pointed in that direction, she got this look on her face like I'd told her I'd seen a ghost. "Honey," she said, "that place burned down 15 years ago. Killed 5 people, including the owner. Nobody's been there since." I insisted that I'd just stayed there the night before, that I'd paid $40 and slept in room 7. But she shook her head and offered to drive me over there to show me what she was talking about. When we got to where I remembered the motel being, there was nothing there except the concrete foundation and some charred wood that was overgrown with weeds. The neon sign was gone, the office was gone, the entire building was just ruins. But here's the thing that still makes my skin crawl. In the guest registry that I found in what used to be the office area, there was an entry for room 7 dated the night before. Written in handwriting that looked exactly like mine, it said my name and the date I'd stayed there. The woman drove me back to her house without saying much. When the tow truck arrived, the driver confirmed what she'd told me. The motel had been destroyed in a fire years ago, and nobody had ever rebuilt it. But my car was exactly where I'd left it the night before. And when the mechanic looked at it, he said, It would just need a new alternator and would be running fine in a couple hours. While I was waiting for the repair, I did some research at the local library. I found newspaper articles about the fire that had destroyed the motel. 5 people had died, including an elderly man who'd owned and operated the place for 30 years. The description of the owner matched the man who'd checked me in perfectly. Same age, same physical appearance, even the same milky eyes. Apparently, he'd been nearly blind for years but had refused to stop working. The fire had started in room 7, the same room where I'd stayed. According to the investigation, it had been caused by faulty electrical wiring that had been sparking for months without being repaired. The 5 people who died had been trapped in their rooms because the building's exits were blocked by debris. The newspaper said their bodies were found in rooms 3, 5, 7, 9 and 11, all along the same corridor where I'd heard voices and crying all night. I've never been able to explain what happened to me that night. I know I stayed somewhere because I remember every detail, the smell, the sounds, the feeling of those scratchy bedspreads. I have the receipt from the $40 I paid, though the paper is yellowed and looks much older than it should. But according to everyone I talked to, there was nowhere for me to have stayed. The motel didn't exist anymore, hadn't existed for years. Sometimes I wonder if I somehow slipped back in time, experienced one night in the motel as it was before the fire, or maybe the building somehow exists in some parallel space that occasionally intersects with our reality. But the explanation that scares me most is that maybe I died that night when my car broke down. Maybe I froze to death walking along that dark highway, and everything that followed, the motel, the old man, the sounds from the other rooms, was just my mind's way of processing what was happening to me. Because when I really think about it, I never actually left that motel. I never walked back to my car in the morning. I just remember being in room 7, then suddenly being back at my car when the tow truck arrived. And sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I can still smell that organic, unpleasant odor from room 7, like something died in the walls and nobody ever found it to clean it up. Like maybe that something was me. Story 12. I used to work as a night security guard at this partially abandoned hospital in Riverside. It was one of those jobs that nobody really wanted. Sitting alone in an empty building from 11 at night until 7 in the morning, making sure nobody broke in or started any fires. The pay was decent though, and I needed the money. The hospital had been downsized a few years earlier due to budget cuts. During the day, one wing still operated with basic medical services, but at night, the whole place was my responsibility. Most of the building had been shut down completely. Entire floors that used to be full of patients and staff, now just empty rooms with old equipment covered in dust sheets. The 3rd floor had been closed the longest. There'd been some kind of fire up there about 5 years before I started working there. Nothing major, but enough smoke damage that they'd decided it wasn't worth repairing. The elevator still went up there, but it was supposed to be locked off and nobody was supposed to access it without special permission. My job was pretty simple. Walk through the active areas every hour, check all the doors and windows on the ground floor, make sure the heating system was working properly, and write down anything unusual in the security log. Most nights were completely boring. Just me, a thermos of coffee, and whatever podcast I could get to stream on my phone. But about 2 months into the job, weird things started happening. Little things at first. Stuff I tried to convince myself was just normal old building settling or my imagination playing tricks on me in the dark. The elevator would sometimes run by itself in the middle of the night. I'd be sitting at the security desk doing paperwork, and I'd hear the motor start up and the cables moving. When I'd check the indicator panel, it would show the car moving between floors. But nobody had called it. At first, I thought it might be some kind of maintenance programming, like maybe the elevator was set to do automatic checks or something. But when I asked the day supervisor about it, he said there was no automatic system and the elevator should only run when someone pressed the buttons. The really strange part was that whenever it ran by itself, it always stopped on the third floor. Never the second, never the fourth, always the third. The floor that was supposed to be completely closed off. This went on for about 3 weeks. Maybe 2 or 3 times per shift, I'd hear the elevator running and see it go up to 3 and then come back down. I started keeping track in a notebook just to see if there was any pattern, but it seemed completely random. One night, in the middle of winter, the elevator thing happened again. It was around 3 in the morning, and I'd been doing my hourly rounds through the active part of the building. I came back to the security desk and heard the familiar sound of the elevator motor starting up. This time, instead of just ignoring it like usual, I decided to investigate. I figured maybe there was a mechanical problem that was causing it to malfunction, and if I could document it properly, maintenance could fix it, and I wouldn't have to deal with the creepy sounds anymore. I took the stairs up to the 3rd floor to see what was going on. The stairwell was cold and dusty, with that stale air smell you get in buildings that haven't been properly ventilated in years. When I opened the door to the 3rd floor hallway, I immediately noticed that someone had been there recently. There were fresh footprints in the dust on the floor, not maintenance boot prints or anything official looking, but regular shoe prints, like someone in street clothes had been walking around up there. The footprints led from the elevator area down the main hallway toward what used to be the pediatric ward. I followed them slowly, using my flashlight to see where they went. The hallway was lined with patient rooms, all of them supposedly empty, with doors that should have been locked. But as I got closer to the pediatric section, I saw that one of the doors was slightly open. Room 312, according to the number on the wall. Light was coming from inside. Not electric light, but something softer, like candlelight, or maybe a lantern. I approached the door carefully and listened. I could hear something inside the room, a soft sound, like humming, or maybe someone singing very quietly. It was a woman's voice, and it sounded like a lullaby or some other kind of gentle song. I pushed the door open wider and looked inside. The room was set up like it had been when the pediatric ward was still operating. A hospital bed, some chairs, medical equipment that was probably decades old. But someone had added things that definitely weren't hospital standard. There was a rocking chair in the corner that hadn't been there before, and someone was sitting in it. A woman, probably in her 40s, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned nurse's uniform. White dress, white shoes, one of those caps that nurses used to wear back in the day. She was holding something wrapped in hospital blankets, cradling it like a baby, and she was, indeed, singing a lullaby. The whole scene looked almost normal, except for the fact that she was supposed to be on a closed floor of an abandoned hospital at 3 in the morning. I cleared my throat to get her attention, and she looked up at me. She had this peaceful, maternal expression on her face, like she was completely absorbed in taking care of whatever she was holding. "Excuse me," I said, trying to keep my voice professional. "This floor is closed. You're not supposed to be up here." She smiled at me, but didn't stop rocking or let go of whatever was in the blankets. "He's sleeping," she said in a whisper. "He always sleeps at 3:33. It's his favorite time." I looked at my watch. It was 3:32. "Mom, I need you to come with me," I said. "This area isn't safe for visitors." That's when she started laughing. Not a happy laugh, but something low and throaty that echoed off the empty walls of the hospital room. The sound made my skin crawl, and I started backing toward the door. "He's such a good baby," she said, still rocking and looking down at the bundle in her arms. "Never cries, never makes a fuss. Just sleeps and sleeps and sleeps." I was close enough now that I could see the blankets she was holding, and I realized they were empty. There was nothing inside them. She was cradling and singing to nothing at all. But she was treating the empty blankets like there was actually a baby there. The lights in the room started flickering. Not the soft light I'd seen from the hallway, which I now realized was coming from some battery-powered lanterns she'd brought with her, but the overhead fluorescents that weren't supposed to work on this floor. Every time the lights flickered, her face looked different. Sometimes normal, sometimes older, sometimes with this horrible expression like she was in pain or terrified. But she kept rocking and singing like nothing was wrong. I backed out of the room and ran toward the stairwell. Behind me I could hear her laughing, getting louder and more hysterical, but there was something else mixed in with the laughter, the sound of crying. Not adult crying, but the high-pitched wailing of babies. I made it to the stairwell and started running down the steps 2 at a time. Above me, I could hear doors slamming, like someone was going through each room on the 3rd floor and checking inside them. The baby crying sounds were getting louder, echoing down through the stairwell. When I reached the ground floor, I went straight to the security desk and called the police. I told them there was an intruder in the hospital, someone who seemed mentally unstable and might be dangerous to herself or others. While I was waiting for the cops to arrive, the elevator started running again. This time, I could hear it clearly. Going up to 3, staying there for a few minutes, then coming back down to the ground floor. The pattern repeated over and over. The police showed up about 15 minutes later, 2 officers who seemed like they dealt with this kind of thing regularly. I explained what I'd seen and offered to take them up to the 3rd floor to show them where the woman was. But when we got up there, the floor was completely empty. No rocking chair, no lanterns, no sign that anyone had been there. Even the footprints in the dust were gone, like someone had swept the floor clean. The officers checked every room on the floor, but found nothing. They took a report and said they'd increase patrols around the hospital, but I could tell they thought I was either lying or having some kind of mental breakdown. After they left, I went online and started researching the history of the hospital. I found out that the fire on the 3rd floor had started in the pediatric ward. 5 children had died in the fire, along with one of the nurses who'd tried to rescue them. The nurse's name was mentioned in the newspaper articles about the fire. She'd been 43 years old and had worked in pediatrics for over 15 years. The article said she was found in room 312, the same room where I'd seen the woman in the rocking chair. According to the investigation, she died from smoke inhalation while trying to evacuate the children from that wing of the hospital. The fire had started around 3:30 in the morning due to faulty wiring in the old building. I quit that job the next morning. I called my supervisor and told him I was having family problems and needed to leave immediately. I didn't mention what had happened on the 3rd floor. I knew nobody would believe me. But even now, 3 years later, I still have nightmares about that night, about the empty blankets she was holding, about the sound of babies crying in an empty hospital, about the way her face kept changing in the flickering lights. Sometimes I wake up at 3:33 in the morning, and for just a few seconds, I can still hear that lullaby she was singing. And I wonder if she's still up there on the 3rd floor, rocking in that chair, waiting for babies who will never wake up. I found out later that 2 other security guards had quit that job in the past year, both of them after working night shifts. When I talked to one of them, he told me he'd seen the same woman I described, always in the pediatric ward, always holding empty blankets, always singing. He said the hospital administration knew about it, but didn't want to deal with it officially. They figured as long as she wasn't hurting anyone or damaging property, it was easier to just let sleeping dogs lie. But here's the part that still gives me chills. When I looked up the nurse's personnel photo from the newspaper coverage of the fire, it was definitely the same woman I'd seen in that rocking chair. Same face, same uniform, same peaceful expression, except she'd been dead for 5 years. The article mentioned that she'd never had children of her own, that the pediatric ward had been her whole life. Other nurses said she'd sometimes stay after her shift was over just to rock the babies who were having trouble sleeping. I think part of her is still there, still trying to take care of those children, still showing up for her shift every night at 3:33, still believing that if she just keeps singing and rocking, maybe they'll be able to sleep peacefully. The thing that haunts me most is that she seemed so content, so focused on her task, like this was exactly where she belonged, exactly what she was supposed to be doing. Even in death, she was still trying to be a good nurse. But the empty blankets, the crying sounds, the way the lights flickered every time I looked at her face, that wasn't peaceful at all. That was something trapped and desperate, something that couldn't let go of a tragedy that had happened years ago. Sometimes I drive past that hospital and see lights in the third-floor windows, even though I know that wing is supposed to be completely shut down. And I wonder if she's still up there, still rocking in that chair, still singing lullabies to babies who died in a fire 5 years ago, still waiting for 3:33 when they always sleep their deepest. Story 13. I was 19 years old and completely broke when I found this pawn shop that advertised being open 24 hours. I was driving back from college to my parents' house for winter break, and my gas tank was sitting on empty with my credit card maxed out and maybe $3 in cash in my wallet. It was around 2 in the morning when I saw the sign for the place, Pete's Pawn Shop open 24 hours, in these bright neon letters that you could see from half a mile away on Route 49. I'd been driving for about 6 hours and was getting desperate for gas money to make it the rest of the way home. The only thing I had worth any money was this antique pocket watch that had belonged to my grandfather. He'd given it to me when I graduated high school, and I'd been carrying it around in my backpack ever since. I felt terrible about pawning it, but I figured I could come back and buy it back after Christmas when I got some money from my family. The pawn shop was in this narrow building, squeezed between a laundromat and a check cashing place, all of which were closed except for Pete's. The front windows were covered with security bars, and there were signs all over the door about how they bought gold and electronics and tools. When I walked inside, the first thing that hit me was how cramped everything was. The aisles between the display cases were barely wide enough for one person, and every available inch of space was packed with stuff. Old televisions, jewelry, musical instruments, power tools, camping gear, pretty much anything you could think of was somewhere in that store. But it was the way everything was organized that made me uncomfortable. Instead of being arranged by category like most pawn shops, everything seemed to be grouped in these weird collections, like there was one case that had nothing but children's toys from what looked like the 70s and 80s. Another case had women's jewelry that all looked like it came from the same person. Same style, same era, like someone had brought in their grandmother's entire collection at once. The owner came out from behind the counter when he heard the bell above the door. He was this short, heavy-set guy, completely bald, with skin so pale it almost looked translucent under the fluorescent lights. He was wearing a stained t-shirt and jeans that looked like they hadn't been washed in weeks. But what really creeped me out were his hands. They were shaking constantly, just this slight tremor that never stopped, and his fingers were stained yellow like he'd been smoking for decades. When he picked up items to show me, his hands would shake so badly, I was afraid he'd drop everything. I showed him my grandfather's watch and explained that I just needed enough money for gas to get home. He took the watch and examined it with this jeweler's loupe, turning it over and over in his trembling hands. The whole time he was looking at it, he had this expression on his face, like he was calculating something. "I can give you $200 for this," he said finally, "but you'd have to do me a small favor first." And I asked what kind of favor, figuring maybe he needed help moving some heavy furniture or cleaning up the store. But instead, he walked over to this heavy metal door at the back of the shop. It had multiple locks on it, the kind of serious security you'd see on a bank vault. "I just need you to go downstairs and grab a red box from the shelf in the back," he said, pulling out this huge ring of keys. "It's not heavy, just awkward for me to carry up the stairs with my arthritis." The whole situation felt weird, but $200 was way more than I'd expected to get for the watch, and I really needed the money, so I agreed to help him out. He unlocked the metal door, and I could see a staircase leading down into what looked like a basement. The stairs were old and wooden, and they creaked with every step. As I went down, the air got colder and smelled like concrete and something else, something organic and unpleasant that I couldn't identify. The basement was much bigger than I'd expected. It seemed to extend way beyond the footprint of the store above, with rows and rows of metal shelving disappearing into the darkness. The only light came from a few bare bulbs hanging from the ceiling, casting weird shadows between the shelves, and every shelf was packed with boxes. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all different sizes and colors. Some were cardboard, some were wooden, some looked like they were made of metal or plastic. They were arranged with the same weird organization as the store upstairs, grouped together like collections from individual people. I found the red box he'd mentioned on a shelf toward the back of the basement. It was about the size of a shoebox, made of some kind of red cardboard or maybe thin wood. When I picked it up, it was heavier than I'd expected, and something inside shifted around like there were loose objects rolling around. But that's when I heard the breathing. At first, I thought it might be the building settling or maybe some kind of ventilation system, but as I stood there listening, I realized it was definitely breathing. Multiple sources of breathing, coming from different directions around the basement. I looked around trying to figure out where the sound was coming from, and that's when I noticed that some of the boxes weren't just sitting on the shelves. Some of them had small holes drilled in the sides, and the breathing sounds were coming from inside the boxes. I set the red box down and walked over to one of the shelves where the breathing was loudest. There was a blue plastic container about the size of a toolbox, and I could definitely hear something breathing inside it. The sound was slow and steady, like someone sleeping. I reached out to touch the box, and the breathing stopped immediately. Then I heard movement inside, like something shifting around trying to get comfortable. After a few seconds, the breathing started again. I checked several other boxes on nearby shelves, and the same thing happened with each one. As soon as I got close enough to touch them, whatever was inside would stop breathing for a moment, then start again once I moved away. My hands were shaking as I picked up the red box again and started walking back toward the stairs. I could hear breathing coming from dozens of boxes all around me, and the sound seemed to get louder as I moved through the basement. When I got back upstairs, the owner was waiting for me behind the counter. He took the red box without saying anything about what was inside it and immediately started counting out $20 bills. "What's in the basement?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He looked up at me with this blank expression like he didn't understand the question. "Just storage," he said. "Old inventory, stuff that doesn't sell upstairs." I wanted to ask about the breathing sounds, about why there were holes drilled in some of the boxes, but something about his demeanor made me think I shouldn't push it. He had this look in his eyes that suggested he wouldn't appreciate too many questions. He finished counting out the money and handed it to me, along with a pawn ticket for my grandfather's watch. "You've got 90 days to buy it back," he said. "After that, it goes out on the floor for sale." I took the money and headed for the door, but just before I left, I turned back to look at him. He was opening the red box I'd brought up from the basement, and his hands were shaking more than ever. Inside the box, I could see what looked like small glass vials filled with some kind of clear liquid. As I was walking to my car, I heard him lock the metal door behind me. Multiple locks, one after another, like he was sealing something dangerous inside. I drove to the nearest gas station and filled up my tank, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen in that basement. The breathing sounds, the holes drilled in the boxes, the way the owner had acted like it was completely normal. When I got home the next day, I tried researching the pawn shop online. I found a few basic listings that confirmed it was a real business, but no reviews or detailed information. The address matched where I'd been, but everything else about it seemed deliberately vague. I also tried looking up missing persons reports for that area, wondering if there might be some connection to what I'd heard in the basement. I found several cases of people who disappeared along Route 49 over the past few years, but nothing that seemed directly related to the pawn shop. About a week later, I drove back to buy my grandfather's watch back. I'd gotten some Christmas money from my family and wanted to get the watch back before the pawn period expired. But when I got to the address, there was nothing there. The building was completely empty, with police signs in all the windows. The laundromat and check cashing place were still there, but the narrow building between them was totally vacant. I asked at the check cashing place about what had happened to Pete's pawn shop. The woman behind the counter looked confused and said there hadn't been a pawn shop there for at least 2 years. The building had been empty ever since she'd been working next door. I still had the pawn ticket in my wallet, so I showed it to her. The paper was yellowed and faded, like it was much older than a week, and the ink was so smudged you could barely read it. I tried calling the phone number printed on the ticket, but it was disconnected. I researched the business license number, but it came back as expired since 1987. For months afterward, I kept driving past that location, hoping to see some sign of the pawn shop, some explanation for what had happened. But the building stayed empty, and nobody I talked to had any memory of there ever being a 24-hour pawn shop there. The thing that haunts me most is thinking about those breathing sounds in the basement. What was in those boxes? Were they some kind of animals being kept in horrible conditions? Or was it something worse? Sometimes I have nightmares about opening one of those boxes and finding something that used to be human, something that had been kept alive in that basement for years. The way the breathing would stop when I got close, like whatever was inside was trying to hide or was too weak to make noise, and I keep thinking about the owner's hands shaking as he handled that red box, about the glass vials filled with clear liquid. What was he doing with whatever he kept down there? What kind of business was he really running? I never got my grandfather's watch back, but honestly, I'm not sure I'd want it now anyway. The whole experience left me feeling like I'd been part of something horrible, without understanding what it was. I've driven Route 49 dozens of times since then, and I've never seen another 24-hour pawn shop. Most of the businesses along that stretch close by 9 or 10 at night, and the ones that stay open later are normal places, gas stations, fast food, truck stops. But sometimes, late at night when I'm driving through that area, I'll see lights in buildings that should be empty. And I wonder if that pawn shop is still operating somewhere, still keeping things in boxes in the basement, still offering good money to desperate college kids in exchange for small favors. Because the more I think about it, the more I'm convinced that what I experienced wasn't just a weird pawn shop with poor storage conditions. It was something much darker, something that exists in the spaces between normal businesses and normal hours. Something that preys on people who are traveling alone at night, who need money badly enough to ignore red flags, who won't be missed right away if they don't make it home. The fact that I walked out of there with $200 instead of ending up in one of those breathing boxes is something I'll never understand. Maybe I was just lucky. Maybe I wasn't the right type of victim for whatever operation he was running. Or maybe bringing up that red box was some kind of test, and I passed by, not asking too many questions and leaving quickly once the transaction was done. But I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, thinking about those breathing sounds echoing through that basement. Dozens of boxes, maybe hundreds, each one containing something that was being kept alive for reasons I don't want to understand. And I wonder if there are other people out there who've had similar experiences, who've stumbled into places that shouldn't exist and walked away with money and questions they can't answer. Because that pawn shop felt like it existed in some parallel space that occasionally intersects with our reality. A place where the normal rules don't apply, where desperate people can get what they need in exchange for small favors that might not be small at all. I never found out what happened to my grandfather's watch, but I hope whoever has it now doesn't know where it came from. Because some transactions leave stains that never wash clean, even when you think you got a good deal. Bayun. Story 14. I used to work night cleaning shifts at this 20-story office building in downtown Lakewood. It was one of those jobs where you're completely alone for hours, working your way through empty floors with just a vacuum cleaner and a cart full of supplies. The pay was decent, and I didn't have to deal with office workers or management, so it suited me fine. My routine was always the same: start at the top floor and work my way down, finishing each level completely before moving to the next one. The 20th floor had the executive offices and conference rooms, so I always started there around midnight and usually finished the whole building by 6 in the morning. The elevator in that building was old but reliable. One of those classic models with brass buttons and a digital display that showed which floor you were on. During the day, it was constantly busy with office workers, but at night, it was just me using it to move between floors with my cleaning supplies. I'd been working there for about 3 months when the weird stuff started happening. At first, it was just little things that I tried to convince myself were normal for an old building. The elevator would sometimes take longer than usual to arrive when I called it, or it would make strange clicking sounds when it moved between floors. But then, one night in late October, something happened that I couldn't explain away. I was finishing up the 20th floor around 1 in the morning, and I pressed the button to call the elevator so I could go down to 19 and continue my work. The elevator arrived normally, and I got in with my cleaning cart. I pressed the button for the 19th floor and felt the familiar sensation of the car starting to move downward. But when I looked at the digital display, instead of showing 19 like it should have, it was showing 21. I figured it was just a malfunction with the display. Old buildings have all kinds of electrical problems. But then I felt the elevator continuing to rise instead of going down. According to the display, we went to 22, then 23, then 24, finally stopping at 25. The problem was, there was no 21st floor in that building, let alone a 25th. I'd been working there for months and knew the layout perfectly. 20 floors, that was it. The roof access was through a separate stairwell, and there definitely weren't any floors above the 20th. When the elevator doors opened, I was looking at a hallway that was identical to the 20th floor I'd just finished cleaning. Same carpet, same lighting, same layout of offices and conference rooms. But everything was covered in this thick layer of dust, like nobody had been up there in years. I stepped out of the elevator carefully, dragging my cleaning cart with me. The air up there was stale and heavy, with that musty smell you get in spaces that haven't been properly ventilated. The lights were working, but they were dim and flickering, like the fluorescent bulbs were dying. I walked down the main hallway, checking the office numbers on the doors. They matched the layout of the 20th floor exactly. Same room numbers, same nameplate holders, everything identical. But the nameplates were all blank, and when I looked through the glass windows into the offices, they were empty of furniture. Not empty like they'd been cleaned out for renovation, but empty like they'd never been furnished in the first place. Just bare rooms with industrial carpeting and electrical outlets, waiting for someone to move in and make them functional. I tried to use the elevator to go back down, but when I pressed the button, nothing happened. The display still showed 25, but the elevator wouldn't respond to any of the floor buttons I pushed. I was stuck up there with no idea how to get back to the building I recognized. That's when I started exploring more systematically, trying to figure out where I was and how to get back to normal reality. I went into some of the empty offices and looked out the windows, hoping to get oriented by looking at the city below. But the view was all wrong. I should have been able to see downtown Lakewood spread out beneath me, with familiar landmarks and street layouts that I'd memorized from working in that building. Instead, I was looking down at the city from an impossible height, like I was hundreds of feet higher than I should have been. The buildings below looked different too. Same general layout, same street patterns, but some of the major landmarks were missing or moved to different locations. It was like looking at a slightly altered version of the city I knew, similar enough to be recognizable, but wrong in ways I couldn't quite define. I found a conference room with a long table and chairs and decided to sit down and try to figure out what was happening. Maybe I was having some kind of medical emergency, a stroke or seizure that was causing hallucinations. Maybe I'd passed out on the 20th floor and was dreaming this whole thing, but everything felt completely real. The chair I was sitting in, the table under my hands, the stale air in my lungs, all of it had the solid, detailed feeling of actual experience. If this was a dream, it was the most realistic one I'd ever had. I tried using my cell phone to call for help, but there was no signal up there. The screen showed 0 bars, like I was in some kind of dead zone. I couldn't even get the emergency dialing function to work. After maybe an hour of trying to figure out what to do, I heard the elevator start moving on its own. The familiar sounds of the motor and cables coming from the direction of the elevator bank. I ran toward the sound, hoping someone else had called the elevator and I could get their attention. But when I reached the elevator area, the car wasn't there. The doors were closed, and the display above them showed the elevator moving between different floors. But the numbers it was showing didn't make sense. 32, 37, 41, numbers that were way higher than any building in downtown Lakewood. I pressed the call button repeatedly, but the elevator ignored me completely. It kept moving to floors that shouldn't exist, stopping for a few minutes at each one, then moving to even higher numbers. I decided to try the stairs. In every office building, there are emergency stairwells that connect all the floors and provide alternative access in case the elevators fail. I found the stairwell door and pushed it open. The staircase looked normal enough. Concrete steps with metal railings, industrial lighting, the kind of utilitarian design you see in every commercial building. I started walking down, counting floors as I went. But after going down 5 flights of stairs, I found myself on a landing marked as floor 23. According to my count, I should have been on floor 20 back in the building I recognized. But the stairwell kept going down, with landings marked for floors I'd never seen before. I kept going down, getting more desperate with each flight. Floor 22, 21, 20. But when I opened the door to check floor 20, it was another empty level identical to the one I'd started on. Same layout, same dusty offices, same wrong view of the city outside. The stairwell continued downward, with landings marked for floors 19, 18, 17. But every floor I checked was empty and wrong, a copy of the 20th floor, but somehow different in ways I couldn't articulate. I was starting to panic by then. I'd been walking downstairs for what felt like hours, and I was no closer to finding the building I recognized. My legs were getting tired, and I was beginning to wonder if this staircase went down forever. Finally, I reached a landing marked as floor 15 and decided to try the elevator again. Maybe whatever malfunction had trapped me up there had fixed itself, and I could get back to normal reality. The elevator on this floor looked identical to the one I was used to, and when I pressed the call button, it actually responded. The doors opened, and I stepped inside with relief. I pressed the button for the ground floor, hoping to get out of the building entirely and figure out what had happened to me from the outside. But when the elevator started moving, the display showed numbers I'd never seen before. Instead of going down from 15 to 14 to 13, the display showed 15, then 12, then 8, then 3. Like the elevator was skipping floors randomly, or like some of the floors I thought should exist actually didn't. When the elevator finally stopped and the doors opened, I was looking at a lobby that was almost identical to the one I knew. Same marble floors, same security desk, same general layout. But there were subtle differences that made my skin crawl. The security desk was in the right place, but it was empty and covered in dust. The lobby directory was there, but all the company names listed were ones I'd never heard of, and the floor numbers didn't match what I knew about the building. Most disturbing of all, when I looked outside through the glass doors, I could see the street and the surrounding buildings, but they were all slightly wrong. Like someone had rebuilt downtown Lakewood from memory, getting most of the details right, but missing some crucial elements that made it feel real. I tried the main doors, but they were locked from the outside. The electronic card reader was blinking red, indicating that the building was in some kind of security mode that prevented anyone from entering or leaving. I spent the next few hours wandering around that wrong version of the lobby, trying to find another way out or some explanation for what was happening to me. But every door led to stairwells or elevator banks that just brought me back to more empty floors. Around what should have been 6 in the morning, the time when my shift normally ended, I heard sounds coming from outside the building. Cars starting, people talking, the normal sounds of a city waking up and getting ready for the workday. I looked outside and saw people walking on the sidewalks, cars driving on the streets, everything looking like a normal downtown morning. Except none of those people seemed to notice the building I was trapped in. They walked past like it was invisible, like it didn't exist in their version of reality. That's when the elevator behind me started running again. I turned around and saw the display showing floor numbers, but this time they were going in reverse. 25, 24, 23, coming down toward the lobby. The elevator stopped at the lobby level, and the doors opened to reveal my cleaning cart, exactly where I'd left it hours earlier. But there was nobody inside the elevator car, and I had no memory of leaving my cart there. I got in the elevator with my cart and pressed the button for the 20th floor, hoping that somehow I'd be able to get back to normal. The elevator moved upward, and this time the display showed the right numbers, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 20. When the doors opened on the 20th floor, everything was back to normal. The offices were furnished and clean, the windows showed the correct view of downtown Lakewood, and my cell phone showed full signal strength. I checked the time on my phone, and it was 6:15 in the morning. According to the timestamp, I'd only been gone for about 15 minutes, even though I'd experienced hours of wandering through those strange floors. I finished my cleaning shift as quickly as possible and got out of that building. When I handed in my keys and equipment to the building management company, I told them I was quitting immediately. I made up some excuse about getting a better job offer, but the truth was I couldn't handle the thought of going back into that elevator. I've driven past that building several times since then, and it looks completely normal from the outside. 20 floors, just like it should be. But sometimes, late at night, I can see lights in windows that should be above the 20th floor. And I wonder if there are still cleaners working up there, trapped in those empty offices, trying to figure out how to get back to the building they recognize. The thing that haunts me most is the possibility that those phantom floors are still there, existing in some parallel space that occasionally intersects with normal reality, and that other people might stumble into them the same way I did, taking an elevator that decides to go places it shouldn't be able to reach. Because I never figured out what triggered that experience or how I managed to get back. One moment I was doing my normal cleaning routine. The next moment I was trapped in a version of the building that existed in some impossible space above the real 20th floor. I've researched the history of that building, looking for any mention of construction plans for additional floors or reports of similar experiences from other workers. But I've never found anything that explains what happened to me that night. All I know is that somewhere above the 20th floor of that building in downtown Lakewood, there's a place where elevators go that shouldn't exist, where offices wait empty for workers who will never arrive, and where the city below looks almost right, but never quite the same as the one we live in. And sometimes, when I'm riding elevators in other buildings, I watch the floor display carefully, hoping I never see numbers that go higher than they should, because I'm not sure I'd be lucky enough to find my way back to reality a second time. Story 15. I was driving alone on Highway 72 late at night when this happened. It was one of those dense fog situations where you can barely see 20 feet ahead of your car, and I was white-knuckling the steering wheel, trying to stay on the road. My gas gauge had been sitting on empty for the past 10 miles, and I was starting to panic about running out of fuel in the middle of nowhere. That's when I saw the lights through the fog. Just a faint glow at first, but as I got closer, I could make out the familiar layout of a gas station. Those tall overhead lights they use to illuminate the pump area, and the bright fluorescent glow from inside the convenience store. I pulled into the station, with maybe fumes left in my tank. The place looked normal enough from the outside, standard setup with 4 pumps under a canopy, a small building with the usual snack food and drink advertisements in the windows. There weren't any other customers around, which wasn't surprising given how late it was and how thick the fog had gotten. I got out of my car and started the process of filling up. The pump looked newer than I'd expected, with one of those digital displays that shows you exactly how much gas you're getting and how much it's costing. Everything seemed completely normal until I noticed something weird about the fuel gauge. The numbers on the pump were spinning. Gallons dispensed, total cost, all of it climbing steadily, like I was actually getting gas. But when I looked down at the nozzle in my car's tank, I could see gasoline pouring out onto the asphalt and disappearing like the ground was absorbing it instantly. I tried stopping the pump and starting again, thinking maybe there was some kind of mechanical problem with the nozzle or the connection to my tank. But the same thing happened. The meter showed fuel being dispensed, but everything was just flowing out onto the pavement and vanishing. I walked around to the other side of my car to see if maybe there was a hole in my gas tank or some obvious explanation for what was happening. But the tank looked fine, and I couldn't smell gasoline or see any obvious leaks. The fuel was just disappearing as fast as it came out of the pump. After about 10 minutes of this, I gave up and went inside the convenience store to ask the attendant what was going on. The building was brightly lit and had all the usual stuff you'd expect. Racks of chips and candy, coolers full of drinks, hot food warmers behind the counter. But there was nobody at the register. I called out a few times, thinking maybe the attendant was in the back room or the bathroom, but got no response. I could hear a television playing somewhere in the building. Sounded like it was coming from an office or break room behind the main retail area. I walked toward the sound and found a doorway that led to what looked like a small office space. Inside, I could see multiple TV screens showing what appeared to be security camera feeds from around the gas station. The cameras showed the pump area, the interior of the store, the parking lot, all the angles you'd expect from a normal surveillance system. But on one of the screens I could see someone standing next to my car. The figure looked like me, same height, same clothes, same posture, but there was something wrong with the image. The person on the screen was standing perfectly still next to my car, not moving at all, like they were frozen in place. I walked back outside to check, and sure enough, my car was exactly where I'd left it. But according to the security feed I'd just seen, there should have been someone standing right next to it. Instead, the pump area was completely empty. When I looked more carefully at the screens, I realized the figure I'd seen wasn't just standing by my car. It was inside my car, sitting behind the steering wheel. Same clothes, same general appearance as me, but with this blank expression that made my skin crawl. I ran outside to check my car and found the driver's side door standing open. The interior light was on, and I could see that the keys were gone from where I'd left them. But there was nobody inside the vehicle, and I couldn't see anyone else in the parking lot. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Parked directly next to my car was another vehicle that was identical to mine. Same make, same model, same color, even the same small dent in the rear bumper that I'd gotten from backing into a post last month. I walked around this duplicate car trying to figure out what was going on. The license plate was different from mine, but everything else was exactly the same. When I looked through the windows, I could see that the interior was arranged identically to my car. Same air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror, same fast food receipts scattered on the passenger seat. But sitting in the driver's seat was someone who looked exactly like me. Not similar, identical. Same face, same hair, same clothes. The person was sitting perfectly still, with their hands on the steering wheel, staring straight ahead with those same blank eyes I'd seen on the security monitor. I knocked on the window, trying to get the person's attention, but they didn't respond at all. Just kept staring forward, like they were in some kind of trance or coma. Their chest was rising and falling, so they were definitely breathing, but they showed no awareness of my presence. I tried the door handle, but the car was locked. I knocked harder on the window, even shouted, but the person inside never moved or acknowledged me in any way. It was like looking at a mannequin that had been made to look exactly like me. I went back to check the security monitors, and now the screens showed both cars in the parking lot, mine and the identical one. But on the monitor, I could see myself standing next to both vehicles, like there were two of me outside while the real me was inside watching the feeds. That's when I started to panic. Whatever was happening at this gas station wasn't normal, and I needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. I ran back to my car, but when I tried to start it, nothing happened. The engine wouldn't turn over, the lights wouldn't come on, nothing. I popped the hood to see if there was some obvious problem, but everything looked normal. The battery cables were connected, there was oil in the engine, nothing seemed damaged or missing, but the car was completely dead, like someone had drained all the electrical power out of it. I tried using my cell phone to call for help, but there was no signal. The screen showed 0 bars, and when I tried to make an emergency call, nothing happened. Even the phone's flashlight function wouldn't work, like the battery had suddenly died, even though it had been fully charged when I'd arrived. I walked back toward the convenience store, hoping to find a landline phone or some other way to contact someone for help. But when I got to the building, all the lights were off. The bright fluorescent lighting that had been illuminating the interior was completely dark. I tried the door, but it was locked. Through the windows, I could see that the interior was empty, no merchandise on the shelves, no equipment behind the counter, nothing that suggested it had ever been a functioning business. The gas pumps were still lit up, but when I tried to use them, they wouldn't respond to any of the buttons or card readers. The digital displays were all showing zeros, and no matter what I tried, I couldn't get them to activate. I was completely stranded. No working car, no way to call for help, no working gas station, and nothing but empty highway and thick fog in every direction. The only sign of life was that duplicate of myself sitting motionless in the identical car parked next to mine. I walked back to check on the duplicate car, hoping maybe I could figure out how to get it started and use it to drive out of there. But when I looked inside, the person who looked like me was gone. The car was empty, with no sign that anyone had ever been inside. That's when I heard my own voice calling my name from somewhere in the fog. Not someone who sounded like me, but my actual voice, coming from the direction of the highway. I walked toward the sound, and the calling got louder and more insistent. I followed the voice for maybe 100 yards into the fog before I realized it was leading me away from the gas station and deeper into the empty countryside. When I turned back to look for the station lights, I couldn't see them anymore. The fog had gotten so thick that I was completely disoriented. The voice calling my name suddenly stopped. I was standing alone in the middle of what felt like an empty field, with no idea which direction led back to the road. The fog was so dense I couldn't see my own feet, and the silence was complete. No traffic sounds, no wind, nothing. I started walking in what I hoped was the direction of the highway, but after a few minutes, I realized I might be going deeper into the countryside instead of towards civilization. The ground under my feet felt different, softer, like I was walking through grass or farmland rather than on pavement. Then I saw lights ahead of me through the fog. the familiar glow of gas station lighting getting brighter as I walked toward it. I was relieved, thinking I'd somehow found my way back to where I'd started. But when I reached the lights, I found myself at the same gas station with the same layout and the same two cars parked side by side. Mine still dead and useless, and the identical duplicate that was now empty of its mysterious driver. I checked my watch, and according to the time, I'd only been walking in the fog for about 10 minutes. But it had felt like much longer, and I was sure I'd covered more distance than should have been possible in that short time. I went back to check the security monitors, and this time they showed something that made me question my sanity. The screens displayed multiple versions of the gas station parking lot, each one showing different arrangements of cars and people. On one screen, there was just my car sitting alone under the lights. On another, there were dozens of identical cars arranged in perfect rows, like some kind of parking lot for clones. A third monitor showed the parking lot completely empty, as if no one had ever been there at all. But on the fourth screen, I could see myself standing exactly where I was standing in that moment, looking at the security monitors. And behind that version of me, I could see another identical figure watching the screens. And behind that one, another, stretching back in an infinite line of duplicates. I backed away from the monitors and ran outside, but the fog had gotten even thicker. I could barely see the gas pumps anymore, and the lights seemed dimmer than they had been earlier. My car and the duplicate were still there, but now they were both covered in a thin layer of moisture from the fog. I tried one more time to start my car, and this time the engine turned over immediately. All the electrical systems came back to life like nothing had ever been wrong. I didn't waste any time trying to figure out why it was suddenly working. I just put it in drive and headed toward what I hoped was the highway. As I drove away from the gas station, I checked my fuel gauge and saw that it was showing completely full. Somehow, despite all the problems with the pump and the gasoline pouring onto the ground, my tank had been filled while I wasn't paying attention. I drove for about 20 minutes before the fog started to clear and I could see normal highway signs and landmarks. When I checked my GPS, it showed that I was exactly where I expected to be on Highway 72, as if nothing unusual had happened. But when I looked at the time on my dashboard clock, something was wrong. According to my car's clock, it was 3 hours earlier than it had been when I'd first pulled into the gas station, like I'd somehow traveled backward in time during my experience in the fog. I've driven that same stretch of highway dozens of times since then, at all hours of the day and night, but I've never seen that gas station again. I've asked other drivers who regularly use that route, and none of them remember ever seeing a gas station in the area where I stopped. The really disturbing part is what I found when I got home and looked at the receipts in my car. Mixed in with my usual collection of fast food receipts and parking stubs, there was a gas station receipt I'd never seen before. It showed a purchase for a full tank of gas, paid for with a credit card that had my name on it, but a number I didn't recognize. The timestamp on the receipt showed the date and time of my strange experience, and the station name was printed at the top. But when I tried to look up that station name online, I couldn't find any record of it existing anywhere in the country. I also found something else in my car that hadn't been there before, a keychain that was identical to mine, attached to a set of keys that looked exactly like my car keys but weren't quite the same. The metal was slightly different, and the wear patterns didn't match the keys I'd been using for years. I kept those mystery keys for months, trying to figure out what they belonged to. Finally, I got curious enough to try them in my car's ignition, just to see what would happen. They fit perfectly and started the engine just like my regular keys. But when I looked at my reflection in the rearview mirror while the car was running with those keys, something was different about my face. Not obviously different, but wrong in some subtle way that made me deeply uncomfortable. Like I was looking at someone who was almost me, but not quite the same person. I threw those keys away and never used them again. But sometimes Late at night when I'm driving alone, I catch glimpses of that slightly wrong version of myself in my mirrors. And I wonder if somewhere in the fog on Highway 72, there's still a gas station where duplicates of stranded drivers are created and left behind. Because I don't think what happened to me was just some weird hallucination or dream. I think I somehow slipped into a place where reality works differently, where gas stations exist in the spaces between normal locations and create copies of people who stop there for help. And I think that other version of myself, the one who was sitting motionless in the duplicate car, might still be out there, waiting in some foggy parking lot for the real me to come back and reclaim a life that was somehow split in two. Because the receipt in my car wasn't the only evidence that something impossible had happened that night. My credit card statement from that month showed the gas purchase, paid for with my actual card, even though I never completed any transaction at that station. And sometimes, when I check my bank account online, I see purchases I don't remember making, always at gas stations in small towns I've never visited. Like there's another version of me out there, living a parallel life and using my financial information to fuel a car identical to mine. I've never been able to explain what happened to me in that fog, but I know it was real. Because 3 years later, I still wake up sometimes with the taste of that strange, humid air in my lungs and the sound of my own voice calling my name from somewhere I can never find.